All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case CPC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. Today we will continue with the testimony of witness W02144. We expect to start the testimony of W01336 this afternoon. I note that Mr. Krasniqi has waived his right to be present in the courtroom and is following the hearing from the detention center. Mr. Tači, Mr. Veseli, and Mr. Salimi are all present in court today. Did you have something before we began? Mr.
No,
Ellis?
just standing to be ready for cross, and I've covered my chair with papers, I'm afraid.
No problem. I just didn't want to ignore you. Madam Court Officer, or Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Good morning, Mr. Kickert.
Your Honor.
Mr. Kickert, today we will continue with your testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to remember to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphones, to wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace to allow the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. We begin now with the Krasniqi defense. Mr. Ellis is to your right. Please give him your attention. Mr. Ellis,
Thank you, Your Honor.
you have the floor.
Good morning. My name's Aidan Ellis. I represent Mr. Jakub Krasniqi. I want to start in the summer of 1998 with your efforts to contact a representative of the KLA at that time. And it's right, isn't it, that there was an attempt in those days to form a unified Kosovo-Albanian platform to be involved in negotiations.
That's correct.
And if we could turn to P01210, please, page 3. apologise, that's not the right number. It was the ERN was IT0366 P59A, and it's the memo of the 31st of July 1998. Thank you. Now, this is from a document which I think you wrote and was discussed yesterday. It's the memo or cable from the 31st of July 1998. And what it's referring to, I think, at this point is a discussion with Veton Soroy and Blair Mishala about the composition of this unified platform. Is that right?
That is right.
And the proposal at that time was for Mehmet Harizi of the United Democratic Party, the LBD, to lead that platform.
Yes, that is correct.
And members of the LDK and other parties had been identified on a list of potential members already, hadn't they?
Yes, they have.
But there was a space being left for KLA representatives because they hadn't been identified at that point in time. Is that right?
No, they haven't named their representatives.
And that's one amongst the things you were looking for, was to find the representatives who could be part of that platform, yes?
That was also one of the issues we brought up in the meeting the day before.
And you've confirmed, I think, in your witness statement at paragraph 6, it was very difficult at the time to identify representatives of the KLA that you could engage with. That's right, isn't it?
That is correct.
And one of the difficulties was that at the time the LDK was denying that the KLA even existed. That's right, isn't it?
Some of the LDK denied the existence of the KLA. That is true.
We heard a witness recently recalling that Rugova was quoted in the media as saying that the KLA was a Serbian game. Do you recall seeing that sort of story in the summer of '98?
No, that one I can't remember.
But there were statements coming from the LDK, from certain members of the LDK, saying that the KLA didn't exist or part of the arm of Serbia, perhaps.
That it didn't exist, that I can recall. As I tried to explain yesterday, it was a bit also a political jockeying, if you so like. He's the representative of the Kosovo Albanian population, and a bit of a fear of losing that political monopoly which the LDK had.
Yes. And in the summer of 1998, there was also an incident where Holbrooke had been photographed with an individual from the KLA who turned out not to be an official representative. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, my understanding, and also what Holbrooke told the contact group, was that it was a chance encounter with this person when he went to Unic in western Kosovo.
Yeah.
But it still was very symbolic, and it was not taken by chance, this photo. It was the Americans sending a signal they are willing also to talk to the KLA,
Yes.
which they have done also before with the spokesperson in Geneva, Badil Mahmouti.
Now, you were aware that Jakub Krasniqi had been announced as the spokesperson of the KLA.
Yes, sometime in mid 1998, so a few weeks before I met him.
Well, if I could show you Political Declaration 3, which is P00270 ET.15. Yeah, that's right in the English, yes. Is that a document you would have seen at the time, sir?
As you see in the left, it seems to be from a newspaper and in Albanian. I do not speak Albanian. I don't know whether I would have seen a translation as you have put now to me on the right.
Very well. You mentioned, I think, yesterday that there was perhaps at times an exaggeration of the strength or the organisation of the KLA in order to appear, or in order to present a good front to internationals like yourself. That's right, isn't it?
I think it was also part of this political jockeying I just mentioned, to put their foot on the ground and say, okay, we are a force to reckon with, and you cannot just ignore us.
Yeah. And so where this declaration begins, those offering armed resistance in Kosovo are not unorganised citizens who defend themselves and their thresholds, but rather people organised in the Kosovo Liberation Army ranks. That's typical of the sort of thing that was being said at the time to portray this image of organisation and structure.
I would assume so.
And could we go down towards the bottom of that declaration? No. It was in that summer of 1998, and this is the 11th of June 1998. That's consistent with when you were aware that Mr. Krasniqi was appointed as the spokesperson, isn't it?
Yeah, some weeks before we met. But then again, it was not necessarily the person we were looking for, because he was just a spokesperson, and that doesn't mean necessarily the political interlocutor we were looking for.
Quite. Now,
and it wasn't until Rohan made a decision, my Secretary General, much later, that we were allowed, or we should meet the KLA to engage them. That decision was taken later.
Yes. And that explains why your meetings began later than this date, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Prior to the appointment of Mr. Krasniqi, there had been no clearly identified spokesperson for the KLA.
There was Badil Mahmouti, a spokesperson residing in Geneva, but that was out of our range. But as I just said, I believe the Americans did meet him. That's, I think, what they also reported in the contact group setting.
Yes. Now, this document gives Mr. Krasniqi's own name, Professor Jakub Krasniqi. Mm-hmm. It gives his date of birth, and it identifies his village, Negrots in Dranica. That was unusual for the KLA at the time, wasn't it?
It was.
I think you said in answer to Mr. Misetic yesterday that your real name is a bigger security threat to yourself and to your family. Do you recall giving that answer yesterday?
Yes, I found it remarkable that he gave his full name.
Because by doing so, he put himself and his family in danger, didn't he?
Absolutely, and also having photos taken, this was highly unusual.
Now, I want to ask you about your meeting with Mr. That document can come down, thank you. I want to ask you about your meeting with Mr. Krasniqi on the 30th of July 1998 in Klečka. Let's deal first with the people at the meeting. You were with David Slynn, who I think was your counterpart at the British Embassy, is that right?
That is correct.
And from the KLA side, Mr. Rambuya and Mr. Fatmir Limay were there also?
Yes.
And you knew that Rambuya was a former LDK official?
Yes, so was also Jakub Krasniqi, I believe.
That's right, yes. We'll come to that as well in a moment. At the meeting, Jakub Krasniqi introduced himself by name, didn't he?
I suppose so. I also put it in my report. I didn't know the name of Rambuya because that was not, at least not on my public knowledge yet, and neither Fatmir Limay.
No, Fatmir Limay was using the name
Chiliku
Chiliku at the time, yes. But Mr. Krasniqi didn't use a code number to refer to himself ever, did he?
No, he didn't. I was speculating, or we were speculating, which number he could be.
And what basis did you have for that speculation? I think we've seen, we'll see in due course, you have some documents mentioning him as number 11 or number 12?
I think that's what I put in my report, but that if it comes from somewhere with source, it would be my talks with Kosovo journalists.
I see. Now, a journalist, Baton Haiju, had helped set up the meeting, hadn't he?
Correct, he arranged it.
And you knew that he spoke some English, didn't he?
He spoke some English, yes.
And you didn't have your own interpreter for the meeting, so you made do with Mr. Haiju interpreting for you.
Yes, I believe we didn't have our interpreter, the one you saw in this video excerpt of the March meeting with the general staff.
Yes.
Bukuri Jombala, she was normally with us. She was interpreting both for the British and the Austrian embassies.
Yes, but for whatever reason at this meeting, she wasn't there, and you made do with who was available.
Correct.
That's right, isn't it? And he was a journalist. He wasn't a professional interpreter, was he?
You can say that.
Am I perhaps being a little kind in saying that?
No, I mean, he was a journalist.
Yeah. I understand. And I think you've already confirmed that certainly in July 1998, you were not a speaker of Albanian.
Neither am I today.
Yes. But the result is that if there were errors in the translation, it wouldn't have been immediately obvious to you at the time, would it?
I think that's a fair assumption.
And the meeting wasn't audio recorded, was it?
Not to my knowledge.
No. So for the contents of the meeting, what we have to rely on is your own notes. Because understandably, after 26 years, it's difficult to confirm every word that was uttered at the meeting.
Thank you for this understanding.
Now, in general terms then, the discussion was at a political level, wasn't it?
That was the main purpose.
And it's part of those efforts that we mentioned to try and form a unified platform in the summer of 1998, isn't it?
Interpreters note the speakers are kindly requested to make a pause of about 2 minutes so that we can catch up, and from then onwards, a pause between question and answer. Thank you.
My fault, because we're speaking in English, it's very easy for me to just follow on immediately.
Mr. Ellis, he wants you to stop for 2 minutes first.
May I proceed?
Are the interpreters ready to go?
We're ready, Your Honors.
Thank you. So I think the last question was that this meeting on the 31st of July was part of the attempts to form a unified Albanian platform, wasn't it?
I guess it was 30th of July.
I'm sorry, 30th of July, that's right.
And the answer is yes.
And the KLA representatives that you spoke to were willing to take part in that unified platform, weren't they?
Yes, we got that confirmation that we're willing, but they haven't made up their mind yet. They had to do still some consultations.
And that's why your memo concluded the overall impression remained that the KLA had not yet completed its internal opinion-forming process. That's effectively what you just said, isn't it?
It is.
And in general terms, it's your evidence that the KLA took a long time to make decisions on these sorts of issues, didn't it?
Yes. Our feeling, which developed, was that It was more of a consensual decision-making process, which involved a bigger group to consult and coordinate.
Yes. You're not saying that Mr. Krasniqi, the spokesman, could make decisions there and then at the meeting?
No, I don't believe he could have.
No. Can I show you another document, please? U008 1-1323 U008 1333. Can I have page 1333, please? So I think perhaps it's the earlier page. Sorry, the next page. Now, this I think you have described as an agenda that you prepared in advance of the meeting. That's right, isn't it?
These are the messages I prepared together with David Slynn from the UK Embassy.
And at the very bottom of that page, we can see in handwriting, prisoners of war, Geneva Convention, no civilians, access to the ICRC.
Mm-hmm.
That was something you and Mr. Slynn had discussed in advance of the meeting, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, you were asked about this agenda item in your evidence at the ICTY and the Limai case on I think, 2 occasions. I'm just going to read them both back to you. The first was in your witness statement, and the reference for those following is page 1327 of the same document. And you said in 2004, this has to do with the fact that there had been allegations in Serb press that KLA had taken prisoners. I don't recall whether this was discussed during the meeting and how the question was answered. Do you recall saying that in your statement in 2004?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And you then were taken back to the matter in your oral evidence in the Limai case. And for those following, it's P1209, transcript page 682, lines beginning at line 25 and carrying on over the page. You were asked the question, do you recall whether the issue was in fact discussed at the meeting? And your answer then was, no, I have no recollection. Do you recall that exchange at the ICTY?
Yes, since I reread it.
Now, since you didn't recall whether the issue was discussed in 2004, I imagine it's unrealistic another 20 years later to ask for your specific recollections, sir.
You bet.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, could we go, please, to U008 1332, which I think is the previous page. These are, with an apology for the quality of the copying, but this is all that we have. Are these your handwritten notes?
Yes, they are.
And were at least some of them written during the meeting itself on the 30th of July 1998?
Absolutely.
Now, you've been asked, I think, in your statement to the prosecution about the top entry on that page. Is it right that it says, never accept list if Milazim Krasniqi platform list to be discussed? Is that what we're seeing there, sir?
Yes. The KLA, through my interlocutors, were denying the chance that Milazim Krasniqi could be heading this Kosovo platform, because he was regarded as too close to Rugova.
Well, let me follow up on this, because firstly, your note doesn't identify exactly who was speaking at any point, does it?
No, but to my recollection, Jakub Krasniqi did the talking.
Well, he was the spokesperson, so he was doing
Yeah.
talking.
He did the talking.
But not exclusively, the others spoke as well.
Yeah, I couldn't give you percentages of who talked, but for me, Jakub Krasniqi was the main interlocutor at that meeting.
And your note doesn't say why there was an objection to Milazim Krasniqi, does it?
That's the nature of notes, that you cannot write down everything, and that's why you try to write your report as soon as possible, based on your notes and your recollection of a few hours afterwards.
I see. But there's nothing in the note itself to say that the issue was that Milazim Krasniqi was a close ally of Rugova. It's not there in the note, is it?
As we can see, no.
In fact, Mr. Krasniqi, as you know, was an LDK member, and he knew the LDK leadership figures, didn't he?
I think he was a former LDK member by that time.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, of course, he knew the LDK personalities.
Yeah. Could it be that if there was an objection to Milazim Krasniqi, it was simply because he wasn't the best individual from the LDK to be the leader of that delegation?
I don't know Milazim Krasniqi enough to be able to answer that question.
I see. Can I go then to your cable, which is P01220. Hopefully I've got the exhibit number correct now. Could we go, please, to page 4? Now, the English and the original is not, sorry, the English is not exactly aligned with the translation, but this says, I'm sure you can read it in the English, in an initial reaction, KLA representatives completely rejected Nakiba Kelmendi of the LDK and demanded participation from the LPK. So this memo is something that you wrote the next day, I think, on the 31st of July, correct?
Correct.
And it doesn't mention any issue with Milazim Krasniqi at all. It mentions Nakiba Kelmendi, who's an entirely different LDK personality, correct?
It's an entirely different LDK personality, yes.
Mr. Ellis, are you intending to tender some of these documents or not?
I believe what I'm going through at the moment has been tendered already. I see.
I stand to be corrected, Mr. Ellis, but I don't think the 2 pages of the annexes that you've used, U0081332 and U0081333 have been tendered yet. Thus our questions, but it's for you to decide whether to tender them.
I'm grateful, Your Honour. Those are the handwritten notes in advance of the meeting and the handwritten notes during the meeting.
Correct.
Yes.
I appreciate the reminder. I tender both. Those were U008, 1332 and 1323. 1333.
No, Your Honor.
No objection shown. U0081323 to U0081333 at pages 1333 and 1332 are admitted.
Your Honors, yesterday certain pages from this document were already admitted as 1D00142. So my proposal is to add these pages to that exhibit.
Unless there's an objection, that will be what we do.
No objection.
All right. Thank you, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, these 2 pages will be now added to exhibit 1D00142 and they're classified as confidential.
Thank you.
So we've just seen that there's a difference between your handwritten note and your typed note in that one refers to Milazim Krasniqi and one to Nakiba Kamendi, correct?
Can I look to the entire document?
Of course. Which one? The
previous page to see.
Yes. In fact, that's where I was going next, so we
Okay.
can go to the previous page. And let us know when you're ready to scroll down.
Okay, we can scroll down, please. Yeah, but what I'm referring to here is a list which, in this detail, I have not discussed with at the 30th of July meeting, but this was probably a list I got from Blerim Shalia, another journalist who was working with the Americans on a concrete list of names.
And we see that there are other LDK names on the list, for example, Fadil Hussa and Kol Berisha, correct?
Correct.
And you haven't recorded any issue being taken by anyone from the KLA with those names, correct?
That is correct. But it says also that there was an issue with Fehmi Agani because he made negative statements about the KLA. So they didn't even put him on the list because of the expected repercussions of the KLA.
Well, I'm going to come on to Femi Agani a little later in the discussion because I think he's somebody that you know as part of the Rambier delegation from the LDK, correct?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. But his name wasn't discussed, certainly with Mr. Krasniqi, on the 30th of July 1998 because he wasn't on any list that you had seen, correct?
Correct.
And this information about Femi Agani is coming to you from Blerim Shalia, who was a journalist, not a part of the KLA.
Correct. A journalist, but was also used as an advisor to international factors.
Now, could I show you, please, U015-8743, which has been admitted as P00189. And I'm interested in beginning on page U15-8842. If it assists, we think it might be page 100 of the PDF. Yeah. Now, I think this is a document you were shown by the prosecution first last week and then again at the start of your evidence yesterday, which is an account from a book about that meeting. And your evidence yesterday was that it was largely consistent with your recollection of the meeting. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
We can see on that first page that it identifies the date of the meeting as the 31st of July 1998. That's not right, is it? I mean, in fact, it was a day earlier on the 30th.
Yes, that is according to my report.
And if we could go to the next page, please. No, it's top of the page, please. What is there recorded is that we demanded that in addition to the legal entities, the LPK and LKCK also take part in the talks, because they too were participants in the war effort. That's dealing with the same issue that we're talking about, the identification of participants in the platform, yes?
Yes, I mean, this was a demand from the KLA. These are, if you want, leftist nationalist parties. And I think in the meeting, during my notes, he was explaining that the LPK has two wings, one internal and one external. I always believed that they were more external, outside Kosovo with diaspora.
And the reference to the legal entities is to the political parties that were recognised at the time, LDK, LBD, isn't it?
I wouldn't know whether the LBD was recognized as a legal entity. I mean, these anti-LDK political parties were forming, reforming, regrouping constantly in the month we were dealing with them.
I understand, but certainly the LDK was a legal entity at that time.
To be honest, I wouldn't know if it was registered as a political party in Serbia or wherever.
I see. But what's being recorded here is a request that the LPK participate in addition to the legal entities. Yes?
And the LKCK.
Yes, I apologise. That the LPK and LKCK
LKCK.
participate in addition to the legal entities. Yes?
Yes.
Could I have on screen, please, a different document, DJK 00789? Witness, this is an article by Milazim Krasniqi reflecting on the arrest of Mr. Krasniqi of Jakub Krasniqi in 2020. And the point I wanted to direct you to is that Milazim Krasniqi stated that he did work with Jakub Krasniqi in the Kosovo Democratic League, where he was an activist before he joined the war. Were you aware that Milazim Krasniqi and Jakub Krasniqi had worked together in the LDK?
No.
And there's nothing in this document that suggests that Milazim Krasniqi had any difficulties working with Jakub Krasniqi, is there?
I'm seeing this document for the first time.
I see. Well, I'll come back to Milazim Krasniqi at the end of my cross-examination. Can I show you one other document, please, which is DJK 00787. Your Honour, I'm reminded that I should tender the article DJK 00789.
Any objection? DJK 00789 is admitted.
Your Honors, the document and its English translation will be admitted as Exhibit 4D 00051. Classification is public.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, Your Honour. Have you had a moment to read this document on screen, witness?
Yes, I have.
It is a document you'd seen before?
No.
But on its face, it is a condolence telegram written by Dr. Jakub Krasniqi upon the death of Mrs. Nikiba Kelmendi in 2015. That's what it appears to be, isn't it?
Yes, it appears to be.
And it expresses that Mrs. Kelmendi's death was a great loss for you, dear family, for friends, and for the Assembly of Kosovo. Mrs. Kelmendi contributed to the protection of the rights of our citizens in the most savage time of the Serbian occupation, promoted it everywhere in the democratic world, and took an active part in the construction and development of our state institutions. Her work will always be remembered with special respect. And there's certainly no trace in that document of any personal animosity between Mr. Krasniqi and Mrs. Kelmendi.
Objection. The witness has not seen the document. I don't think there's any basis for this question.
Overruled. Go ahead.
This is from 2015 and not from 1998. Mrs. Nikiba Kelmendi, if I'm not mistaken, lost her husband and her two sons during the war, and we worked with her after the war as a very strong personality working for reconciliation. She was then, I think, also part of the Kosovo Transitional Council, and somebody who has lost her family to reach out for reconciliation was a very strong ally of ours, and I think she does need, or she deserves getting the respect shown by Mr. Jakub Krasniqi in this 2015 condolence telegram.
And her partner, Bayram Kelmendi, was murdered by the Serbs, wasn't he?
Yes.
I tender the document, Your Honours.
No objection.
DJK 00787 is admitted.
That will be assigned exhibit number 4D 00052. There is no current classification indicated on legal workflow.
It can be public.
Thank you.
Reclassified as public, please.
That can be taken down, thank you. Now, going back to the meeting on the 30th of July, I correct myself, you've recorded that the KLA mentioned that Serbia had used chemical weapons. Again, after 26 years, you wouldn't recall specifically the context in which that came up in the discussions, correct?
That was a general accusation and came to our total surprise. I think it's the first time we had heard about it. And I don't think I heard that allegation afterwards either.
Could it have been a reference to past events, such as poisonings in schools in the 1990s? So.
Sustained.
Could it be that there are issues on the translation on that aspect of the note?
I think this is a word which sounds in Albanian pretty similar to English, chemical.
Now, your note also confirms that the KLA was, or said it was moving away from frontal war at that time. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
At that time, the KLA was in retreat, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
You were shown a document by Mr. Emerson yesterday, which is a document, I think, from the Veseli presentation queue, which was SPOE 00329-166. And it recorded that a daily report from the Kosovo EU Observer Mission, 23rd of July 1998, recording that Rahovec is deserted after its population of 20,000 reportedly fled to Maleševa. Do you recall that discussion yesterday about that document?
Yes, my memory lasts that long, yes.
Your Honours, I don't think I need to call the document up on screen, but it wasn't tendered yesterday, and I do tender it. SPOE 00329-166 to 00329-167.
Any objection to that?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out which document that is, Your Honor.
Document is it?
It's headed Daily Report from Kosovo EU Observer Mission, number 77, 23rd July. It's a two-page document.
No objection, Your
Let's put. Could I see it on the screen, please, Madam Court Officer? While they're doing that, I just want to correct the record too that when the objection was entered by Mr. Kappen, which I sustained, his microphone was not activated. He indicated he objected to the relevance of the document.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, that's the correct document.
There's no objection is made. The document will be entered.
Your Honor's document with the ERN SPOE 00329-166 to 00329-167 will be admitted as Exhibit 4D 00053. Classification is confidential.
Thank you. We think it can be public.
Is there any restriction on this document?
Not that I'm aware, Your Honor.
Document will be public.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, that was to set the scene that at the point of your conversation with Mr. Krasniqi on the 30th of July, the Serbian offensive had already begun and the KLA was retreating into the mountainous villages. That's right, isn't it?
That is right.
And in the course of your conversation, Mr. Krasniqi and the KLA wanted to stay relevant to the political negotiations, didn't they?
Yes, of course. But we were not denying that at that time.
Of course. I'm not saying that you were. But in speaking to you, they wanted to seem as strong as, or stronger than they were in the circumstances at the time. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, in my talks, I think they took a blow. Maybe they have been a bit too self-confident, having controlled Mališevo. And I mean, it says this Oraha was in confirms Oraha was in Serb hands. I never thought that Oraha was ever in KLA hands. There were attacks at the outskirts and skirmishes, but then came the counteroffensive, which then moved them even out, the KLA out of Mališevo.
Exactly, and by the time of your conversation, on the 30th of July, the KLA was already out of Mališevo.
I couldn't pinpoint the exact date.
I see. But their ambition was to liberate all of Kosovo, not to stay in the mountain villages, correct?
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, there wasn't actually a KLA attack on Pristina, say, at that time, or ever?
There was, in the outskirts, I think in Belačevac, an action, and then that was, having reread the documents, where the first time it was acknowledged that the VJ, the Yugoslav army, was deployed to liberate.
Now, can I go back to your memo, which was P1220, on the second page? Sorry, could we go down, please? Now, the final paragraph there, where it says the desk officer suggested, would that be your suggestion or David Slynn?
Yes, I mean, it was I wrote here that it was my suggestion, but it was a joint démarche, if you so like. Yeah. So it was the two of us, yeah.
So the joint démarche was that the KLA make an urgent decision, since the Kosovars had already lost so much time.
Yeah, I was trying to explain to you that this was a constant back and forth, and once we thought that we had one Kosovo political actor on board, the others were running away from what we thought was a common platform, so this was a constant back and forth for us.
Yeah. But at this meeting on the 30th of July, Mr. Krasniqi had indicated willingness to be involved in the platform, yes?
Yes, but still announcing that they would put forward names, so that it was not nothing concrete yet.
And that's why you proposed a further visit by Austrian UK embassies for the 3rd or 4th of August. Is that right?
That is right.
And that meeting did not happen, did it?
Correct.
And the reason it didn't happen is that the Serbian offensives intervened and you lost contact with your interlocutors for a time.
This is also correct.
Yeah. Now, can I show you some reports about that time, please? The first is SPOE 00304399. If we scrolling down a little, so you've been shown a number of similar documents, but certainly by July of 1998, the ECMM had monitors on the ground in Kosovo. That's right, isn't it?
It is. We started, I think, in May of '98 with one mobile team, which we brought, I think, in from Montenegro. And then we built up ECMM, and since we had the EU presidency, Council of the European Union, from 1st of July, there were many Austrian armed service members part of this civilian observer mission ECMM.
Yeah. Yes, and they were preparing weekly summaries at that time. Is
Daily and weekly, yes.
And would you have received those documents at the time?
Yes, in print,
Yes.
so with a delay.
And so as at 30th of July 1998, and day of your meeting, what this is identifying in paragraph 1 is a pre-planned Serbian offensive to take back control over UCK territory connecting Drenica to Mališev, correct?
This is what it states, yes.
And if we could scroll down to the second paragraph, please. It records that the strategy seems clear: divide the territory by dominating all routes, inhibit UCK mobility, and prepare positions from which a more systematic approach to closing with the UCK can be achieved. Is that consistent with the reporting you remember reviewing at the time?
Yes, you can see also that these are military people who wrote this report and not modest diplomat.
Yes. And what the military military persons are describing is a strategy effectively to divide up the territory, to isolate and divide the KLA. Is that fair?
It was also the wish of controlling the big communication routes, which were blocked prior to this offensive.
But after the offensive, the main communication routes were controlled by the Serbian forces, correct?
Yes.
Your Honour, I tender this document.
No
Objection.
objection.
SPOE 00304399 is admitted.
Just a clarification, Your Honor, the entire document or just one page?
I think it's only 2 pages, and we referred, I think, to both, so those 2 pages.
The numbers for those 2 pages, or do you have them, Madam Court Officer?
SPOE 0030439 to 3044. Oh, I'm sorry, it's all from the first page, so we can just have the first page.
So you just need 399.
Correct, Your Honour.
All right. 399 will be admitted.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the document will receive exhibit number 4D00054. It's classified as confidential.
Do you have a reason to keep this confidential?
No, Your Honor.
It'll be reclassified as public.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour. I see the time. Does Your Honour wish to break at 10?
Yeah, we'll give you a 10-minute break, witness, as we did yesterday. We'll be back at 10 after 10. You may leave the courtroom with the court usher now. We're adjourned until 10:10.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. All right, Mr. Ellis, you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could we have on screen, please, a further ECMM document, SPOE 00304 334 to 339. Now, witness, we're moving a little forwards in time to the 14th of August of 1998. So some 2 weeks after your meeting in Klečka, yes? And I think you've confirmed that by this time your attentions, the Austrian attentions, were switching to humanitarian concerns related to the displaced persons.
That is correct.
And if I could show you the first paragraph of this ECMM document, it's referring to the human catastrophe, whole areas now laid waste, up to 200,000 people have been driven from their homes. Many have been displaced into other areas of Kosovo, thus creating a situation where up to 80,000 people are in dire need of food and medical facilities. That's consistent with what you were aware of at the time, isn't it?
It is.
Could I take you then, please, to page 304338? And the assessment there being made is that the UCK, many estimate, are now facing defeat in the field. Their command structure is beginning to seriously fragment. Is that a message that you were receiving from the ECMM monitors at the time, sir?
No, I wouldn't recall that, and I wouldn't subscribe to that.
No. I tender the document, Your Honours.
No objection, but I'm told that we're checking with the provider with regard to this one and the two prior tenders. I may be, depending on what we learn, seeking to have those revert to confidential.
Oh.
But I think this should remain confidential, Your Honor.
Are you entering only that page?
The 2 pages that I referred to, but I quite agree they should remain confidential whilst it's being checked.
So 338 and what?
334.
SPOE 00304 and SPOE 304338 are admitted.
Your Honors, those 2 pages will receive exhibit number 4D 00055, and classification is confidential.
So, were you aware, witness, that Klečka itself had been captured by Serbian forces in the August of 1998?
Yes, I was, because there came then allegations that they're in a lime pit or something where human remains.
I'll come back to that, if I may, in a moment. But the picture then is that your previous meeting places that you'd used in both Mršav and Klečka had been overrun by Serbian forces, yes?
Yes.
And the KLA was scattered and moving from place to place, correct?
Yes, we would not have a possibility to contact them, or were they in a position to contact us?
Quite. And I imagine the situation was particularly dangerous for those like Jakub Krasniqi, whose name was known publicly, yes?
I suppose so.
And the effect is that you weren't able to meet Mr. Krasniqi again for quite some time, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So if I can just sum up this section, there was an attempt in the July of 1998 to create a unified platform. Mr. Krasniqi and others had said the KLA was willing to participate, but then came the Serbian offensive and you were unable to contact them to firm up the details, correct?
That is correct. If there was no follow-up possible.
And then the decision was made, I think you said yesterday, by the US and the LDK to move forwards with an LDK negotiating team.
Without the KLA, that was against our objection because we thought there could be no sustainable resolution to the conflict without involvement of the KLA.
Quite. Now, you mentioned a moment ago the allegations about Klečka and the just looking for your words, but perhaps it doesn't matter. And I think you've said yesterday already that you were aware that there was propaganda from both sides during the conflict, correct?
Correct. And one of the ideas to counter it and establish facts was to get forensic experts in.
And let's not just describe it as one of the ideas. It was an idea from the Austrian side, wasn't it, at the time?
Well, we had proposed a team of Finnish forensic experts, but we didn't see it fly until Belgrade saw this as a chance to avoid the involvement of the ICTY.
And
so they took what in their view was the lesser evil, some Finnish experts proposed by Austria.
Yeah. But the idea behind your proposal was that the Finnish experts were neutral individuals capable of providing an expert opinion, yes?
Correct.
And that was necessary at the time because you were receiving propaganda which you didn't trust.
Correct.
And I think you've given the example previously that you declined to take part in a visit arranged by the Serb authorities to Prikaz because you were concerned that you would be used as part of a propaganda campaign if you went.
That is correct.
And part of the Serbian propaganda was blaming the KLA for crimes, for atrocities, which in fact the KLA didn't commit. That's right.
There were allegations from both sides into crimes. So the only way to go forward was to try to establish facts with independent experts.
Quite. Could I have on screen, please, KO 36-0808 at page KO 36961. And whilst that's being found, I think you mentioned Femi Agani earlier this morning. He was a professor and a leading member of the LDK, correct?
Correct.
Part of the Rambouillet delegation for the LDK?
Yes.
I think you mentioned to the prosecution last week, he was murdered by the Serbian forces, wasn't he?
That is true. He was trying to flee with his family to Macedonia, turned away, and on the way back, taken out of the train and murdered.
Right. And can I take you, please, to in this document, the page ending 963? Could we scroll down, please? Were you aware that the Serbian side had put out a statement from the Serbian police in May 1999 saying that it is assumed that the terrorists of the so-called KLA kept Agani isolated in order to prevent his engagement in negotiations.
Objection on relevancy grounds, Your Honor.
Yes, could you explain what the relevance of this is?
Yes, the relevance is it's a concrete example of Serbian propaganda blaming the KLA for crimes which the Serbian side had in fact committed.
That's very close to not being relevant. You may answer the question.
I'll move over it swiftly, Your Honours. Witness, you've probably heard what I just said. Isn't this an example of exactly what you're describing, that the Serbian side are trying to blame the KLA for things that they themselves did?
I was not aware of this allegation.
But generally, you were aware that the
He
Serbian
answered the question. He was not aware.
I agree, Your Honour. I just want to ask one more general follow-up, and then I'm grateful. I appreciate you weren't aware of this allegation, but more generally, you were aware that the Serbian side was making allegations about the KLA, which on inspection turned out not to be true.
I was aware of the Serbian side making allegations that the KLA committed crimes. And then with the Finnish forensic experts, we made a list of allegations and counter-allegations. And we then chose 3 from, if you want, each side, 3 places where alleged crimes committed by the KLA were committed, and 3 where alleged crimes of the Serbian side were committed.
One of those being Klečka, if I recall
One of
correctly.
those being Klečka.
And again, I think this is a topic you were questioned about at the ICTY in the Limaj case, but the allegation from the Serbian side was that hundreds of civilians had been killed at Klečka, is that right?
No, I can't recall it was hundreds. I think there were maybe a dozen or something bodies or body parts, bones being found there.
Yeah, and the Finnish investigations did not verify the Serbian allegation, did they?
I don't know whether they had access.
Right.
The problem was to getting access. We tried to support them with ECMM. The Serbian authorities tried to make the life difficult. One mission which was prepared, which I was part of, had to stop because the Serbian side, including a investigating judge plus police, was trailing our convoy. And then I made the decision at the time that we would not enter KLA-controlled area with a tail of Serbian police.
Thank you. I'll move on to a different topic, witness. And again, it's something that you spoke about in the ICTY, but I think in the September of 1998, you visited Serbian positions in Jakova. Do you recall that?
Are you referring to the trip with Ambassador Parak?
I'm referring, I think there was a visit that you made, and then shortly after David Slynn went as well.
Yes, this was. We were interested in in what the Serbs were portraying, that they built up a local police force.
Exactly, and the characteristic of that local police force was that it involved or consisted of Albanians, correct?
Correct.
Whereas the regular Serbian police had no Albanian members at that time, correct?
To my knowledge, none.
And when David Slynn went to Jakova, he reported back to you that he had seen members of this local police unit in uniform with insignia. Is that right?
That's what we split up, so that's what he told me, yeah.
Yeah. And do you recall him telling you that he had been told that their weapons would arrive the next day?
That I can't remember. I might I've put it in the report, but I can't remember that one anymore.
Well,
But this was, we didn't give too much credibility to this claim that there was a local Kosovo Albanian police force worth its name.
and they were also referred to as security coordinators by the Serbian side, yes?
Could well be.
Can I show you a document you saw yesterday, which was 1D00141? Could we scroll down, please? Now, I think in fairness you confirmed yesterday that this section of the cable would have been contributed by, perhaps by Ambassador Petric, who was actually at the meeting with Milosevic. Is that right?
That is right. I was not present at that meeting with Milosevic.
But the penultimate bullet point there, referring to security coordinators are already in place in 70 villages in western Kosovo. That's a reference back to these local police that you were talking about, isn't it?
Yes, so that's probably what Ambassador Petric was told in that meeting.
Yes. And it matches with what you and David Slynn had been told on the ground, that there were people who had been given uniforms, weapons, insignia.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Can I show you a different document, please, which is 055503. Now, this is a newspaper article, sir, and it refers in the second paragraph to an individual called Muharrem Ibrai. It refers to him being as a police chief, albeit not a Serb, but an Albanian. And it says in the second paragraph that all over Kosovo, Albanians were dismissed from the police force after the abolition of the province's autonomy 10 years ago. That's correct, isn't it? That's what you just confirmed.
This is my knowledge.
And it then refers to the police being a purely Serbian force, except in the area around Jakovica, or Jakova. There, in addition to the well-armed Serbian police, since almost half a year, there's a poorly armed Albanian police force in Serbian service. That's a reference, sir, to the local police force that you were talking about, correct?
Yes.
So, and if we could go to the first paragraph, it speaks of Muharrem Ibrai of the local police force shooting someone called Suleiman Bayrami full in the face and shouting that he would kill them all, everybody, including women and children. And my question, sir, is, were you aware of allegations that this Albanian local police force had committed crimes against Kosovo Albanians in Jakova?
No.
I tender the document, Your Honours.
No objection.
055503 is admitted.
Your Honor's entire document or just 055503?
I would.
That's the only thing you named.
Microphone, please.
That's the only item you named was 03, just the one page.
Your Honor, may I have a moment just to check if the others are needed for context? No, I think just 5503.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis.
Right.
055503 from 055503 to 055505, and its English translation will be admitted as 4D00056. Classification is confidential.
It's a newspaper
Thank
article.
you.
I think it can be public. Your Honor.
No objection.
Document will be reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the document can be taken down. Thank you. I'm sorry to jump around, witness. I'm trying to move through the topics in the interests of time. Can I ask you now about your involvement in January 1999 in the release of some VJ soldiers who had been captured by the KLA? I think it's right that you weren't generally involved in prisoner releases because that was typically dealt with by KDOM. Is that right?
Or KVM.
But not by yourself?
Not at all.
Yes. But the capture of these soldiers was the highest profile issue in Kosovo at that time, wasn't it?
That is correct. I'm not aware of any other incidents where VJ soldiers were captured by the KLA.
And there was a real risk at the time of open fighting breaking out as the Serbs moved troops into position to try to take them back.
That I'm not aware of, but it was certainly very tense situation,
Yeah.
and was threatening to derail the political process which we wanted to drive forward.
Exactly, and that's why you and Ambassador Petric and others were drawn into this particular issue. Is that right?
Well, I was just at that time accompanying Ambassador Petric and Ambassador Hill.
But in terms of the reason for their involvement at that level,
Is that their mediation was threatened.
yes. Now, in your statement, you said that the KLA had granted KVM access to the VJ soldiers soon after they'd been taken prisoner. Do you recall that?
I believe they did, yeah, but I couldn't 100% in my memory recollect that.
Right. Do you recall hearing that the captured soldiers were being treated well? So,
I believe so.
and we've heard evidence already that there were 3 separate meetings about these negotiations between the 9th and the 13th of January. Am I right that you yourself were at 2 of those, on the 11th of January in Malisheva and on the 13th of January in Likots?
I can only recollect the one,
And do you recollect which one that was?
not in Malisheva.
I said Malisheva. I should have said Malisheva municipality, to be clear. It was in a village in the municipality, not Malisheva itself.
No, I wouldn't recall that one.
Very well. The crux of the issue was that the KLA sought a simultaneous exchange of the VJ soldiers for some KLA fighters who had been captured. Yes?
Correct.
And there's nothing unusual about prisoner exchange agreements in conflict situations, is there?
No, it's just that which also turned out in our talks, that the KLA wanted to have it classified as a prisoner of war exchange to elevate themselves as a party at the same level as the Yugoslav army or the Serb security forces.
I see. Consistent with all the efforts we've previously spoken about to play up, if I can use that colloquial term, their own structure and organisation, yes?
to elevate themselves to on par with Belgrade authorities.
Exactly. And on the other hand, the Serbian forces were keen to downplay the whole incident in order to save face.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yet they were very concerned that this could have a backlash, and therefore they were interested in resolving the issues of the VJ soldiers.
And so, to be clear, who was very concerned that this could have a backlash?
The Belgrade authorities.
And ultimately, it was the KLA which compromised, and the agreement was for the VJ soldiers to be released, and then 10 days later, the KLA fighters to be returned, correct?
Correct.
And in your statement, you say that during this time, it took some time to gain agreement from the Albanians. I got the impression that a high-level political or military collective body had to approve decisions by consensus, and this often delayed the decision-making process. That's correct, isn't it?
That was my impression, yes.
And that was a particular feature of the meeting that you recall in Licots, wasn't it?
It was a long meeting. I would not be able to recall the details, but it is also nothing unusual, as we discussed before. Even on political decisions, it took a lot of time to get to decision.
Yeah.
And often we didn't have that time, and then we didn't find the interlocutors again. But here we were there, and we wanted to get a decision done. And in the end came the very bold move of Ambassador Hill of giving his promise a besa, which is a very strong promise in the Albanian code.
Yes. Now, you told the prosecution last week in your preparation session, and I'll just read it back to you. Witness 002144, and you remember from yesterday, that's your good self, recalls the meeting lasting very long, in part because of several interruptions, which W02144 assessed as being intended for KLA participants to consult with people not present. That's your recollection of
That's
of
my
the time.
impression, yes.
Yeah. We know, I think from other evidence, that Sean Burns was present at those negotiations. You'll recall him as the head of US KDON
Yes.
at the time?
Yes, I remember him.
Will you agree with me that he was a very experienced man who had very good contacts with the KLA at that time?
He had the contact with the KLA on the ground.
Yeah. And in fact, even from the summer of 1998, the US had something of a head start on the Europeans in terms of knowledge and intelligence on the KLA. Is that fair?
Yes and no. Yes, they have always more manpower. We were earlier there with our observers, but they, as I said, had a presence in Pristina, which, in our belief, was also an intelligence presence. But then again, they were not the ones who could identify the main interlocutors in the KLA.
Well, can I just read back to you something that Mr. Burns has said? He said, throughout the discussions, the KLA representatives were on the sat phone speaking to someone. Jakub Krasniqi in particular was always on the phone. He would get off the phone and tell me this is what they were willing to do. I would say this was not enough, and he would go back to the phone. Is that consistent with your recollections, sir?
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
I'll move on from that, sir, to the Rambouillet negotiations. And we've heard already, I think, that Jakub Krasniqi was part of the KLA delegation to those negotiations.
That is correct. The KLA was able to name its 5 representatives in that delegation.
Yes. And the LDK also had 5 representatives, if
Yes,
I'm right.
and then the third grouping of the non-LDK political actors also had 5.
Quite. The negotiations began on the 6th of February, 1999?
Yeah, if you say so, I can't recall which exact date it started, but it was February, yeah.
But your role in particular was spending time with the Albanian delegation.
I was a liaison, yes, and I was even the one who was contacted by Hashim Thaçi saying, okay, we're in front of the door. Because unlike Jakub Krasniqi, who was driven by KVM to Pristina airport and flown out, together with Rambuja, if I'm not mistaken, those who were sort of inside Kosovo at the time were flown out and flown back in after Rambuja.
Yes, and they flew out with the LDK delegation, didn't they? They all arrived together.
Yes. I think in a French military plane or government plane.
At the negotiations themselves, the Albanian delegation split into working groups. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Jakub Krasniqi was in a working group with Femi Agani, Mehmet Hayrizi, and Blerem Shala. Is that correct?
I wouldn't be able to recall.
No. Could I show you then IT 0587 PO 2662-E? Which we think has been admitted as 1D00145. And I'm just interested for the moment in the third bullet point, noting that there was the Albanian delegation has formed a working group: Agani, Hayrizi, Shala, Krasniqi.
Yeah, I don't think that the Serbian version is the right version for this today.
Are you able to see that now, sir? The third
Yes.
bullet point. Does that reflect your recollection that this was the composition of one of the working groups?
Where are you now?
At the third bullet point.
Third bullet. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it was this working group that made comments on the draft agreements, correct?
Yes, it says so.
And of the group, we've already spoken about Femi Agani, Mehmet Hayrizi. Blerem Shala was an independent representative, if you like. He wasn't from one of the
No,
the
we
political
had,
groups.
yeah, that's correct. We had Veton Soroy and Blerem Shala as two independents in this group as well.
Yes. Can I then show you another document, P02658E?
Just for the record, this is the document that was admitted as 1D00145, not the previous one.
May I check, has the previous document been admitted?
No.
In that case, Your Honour, I tender the previous document. I apologise.
Any objection to
No, Your Honor.
IT 0587 P02662E is admitted?
Your Honours, the document will be assigned exhibit number 4D00056. Classification is confidential.
And could I then have 1D00145 on the screen, please? And so you'll remember seeing this document yesterday with I think Mr. Misetic, and it's a document that I think you produced as a final report on the Kosovo negotiations in Rambouillet. Is that right?
That is correct.
What I'm interested in is the final page of the document, please, page 3. And in passing, we see the date at the bottom there, 25th of February 98. I imagine that's a typing error and that you wrote this on the 25th of February 1999.
Yes, of course.
So very shortly after the conference ended.
Yes. And apparently I have written it in Vienna.
Yes, correct. And you record there that agreement was reached in Rambouillet on an interim government under the leadership of the KLA. Most probable candidate for the post of Prime Minister was Jakub Krasniqi, who, as opposed to other KLA delegation members, worked constructively, cooperatively and positively on the agreement. That's what you included in your memo at the time, sir.
Yes, and I still have the recollection that I had this impression also during the Rambouillet negotiations about him.
And are you able to expand on what gave you the impression that Mr. Krasniqi worked constructively, cooperatively and positively?
He was interested in getting to a final agreement, and we discussed yesterday with Mr. Misetic the problems of Hashim Thaçi to sign up to the agreement. So we had the feeling that with Jakub Krasniqi, but also even with other members of the KLA part of the delegation, that they were more forthcoming of getting to an agreement already in Rambouillet.
And it's right, isn't it, that Mr. Krasniqi worked cooperatively with other members of the delegation, including the LDK members?
That was actually a general impression that, contrary to, as I said, the political jockeying, that the cooperation of this delegation, despite being assembled and then meeting for the first time together in Rambouillet, they worked together.
And you were aware at that point that those parties had reached agreement on the formation of an interim government, correct?
That is what I wrote here, the principle.
And at that time, you thought Mr. Krasniqi was the most probable candidate for the post of Prime Minister, correct?
This is what I wrote in my report.
Was that because he would have been acceptable to LDK and LBD as well as the KLA?
Most probably, but as I've written here, that he was also for the non-UCK delegation members somebody who proved to be constructive and positive.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe so this is a mistranslation into English, sorry to say so, because what I wrote in German is that Jakub Krasniqi, who, so also non-UCK delegation members, has shown himself as constructive, cooperative, and positive in the negotiations for the agreement. So it is not as opposed to other KLA delegation members. This is not correct translation.
So the correct meaning is that other members of the delegation had
other
seen Mr.
members
Krasniqi
of the delegation who were not UCK were also sharing this assessment that Mr. Krasniqi showed himself in the negotiation as constructive, cooperative, and positive.
Yes, thank you for explaining that. Can I then move ahead in time again to the delegation's return to Kosovo. And it's right, isn't it, that there were intensive diplomatic efforts to try and ensure that the agreement was signed?
Correct.
And as part of the contact group, the UK was part of those efforts as well as, of course, as the Austrian delegation.
We were not the Austrian delegation. We were representing the European Union.
I apologise. You're right to correct me on that. Yes, but you were part of the efforts on the ground in Kosovo to ensure that the agreement was signed. Correct?
Yes.
And the UK representatives were part of that as well.
I'm sure they did their part, as the Americans did theirs.
Indeed. And can I get you to confirm that Sir Brian Donnelly was the UK ambassador to Serbia at that time?
That is correct.
Can I take you then to Exhibit 4D00035?
Your Honours, if I may just make a correction, the previous exhibit, IT 0587P0266, was assigned 4D00056. It should be 4D00057. Apologies for the confusion.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you. I was bracing for myself to have got the numbers wrong again. Thank you. Could we see 4D00035, please? And if we could scroll down to paragraph 2. I don't expect you to have seen this document before, so it's a British diplomatic cable from that time period. And what I wanted to ask you about is, firstly, paragraph 2, the writer says they spent the weekend in Kosovo talking to a majority of the key Kosovar players at Rambouillet. That would be part of the diplomatic efforts that you were describing, wouldn't it?
It would.
And if we could go down to, we can see already paragraph 3 that the people spoken to reaffirmed their commitment to the agreement that they had provisionally accepted in Rambouillet. Is that consistent with the messaging that you were receiving?
So I'm just reading now still. If you give me a moment. Can you repeat your question, please?
Yes. Is it consistent with the messages that you were receiving that those individuals were reaffirming their commitment to the agreement?
Well, I mean, if I see the list of the persons he met...
it's in paragraph 2. Rugova.
Yes, he must have also gone, if I may say so, into the field to see Mr. Krasniqi and Buja.
Correct.
Because they were certainly not... the rest was based in Pristina.
Correct, yes.
I would not have had that. You said this is from the 1st of March, this cable?
I'm not sure I said that, but if we scroll up,
I looked it up.
I would hope there was a date.
When it was pulled up to the screen. So I would...
Yes, 1st of March 1999, you're correct, sir.
I would not probably have shared at that very moment this this assessment, refreshingly positive experience. I think we still had doubts whether we could win over the KLA to sign up to Rambouillet.
And had you already returned to Kosovo by the 1st of March?
Whether Belgrade or Kosovo, I don't know.
No.
Mr. Ellis, I don't know if it's material to your case. Are you sure this is the 1st of March and not the 3rd of January? In other words, whether it's the American manner of dating, because there's a footer that suggests the 2nd of what would be January.
Well, can't be right because it says the agreement they had provisionally accepted in Rambouillet. So it must be after the delegations returned from Rambouillet. That's the basis on which I'm operating.
Thank you.
Yeah, and David Slynn was also in Rambouillet,
Yes.
so he could not have been at the same time.
Thank you. Could we go to the next page, please? Paragraph 4 records that Rogova, Chosa and Krasniqi all confirmed their agreement to work together in a provisional government after an agreement is signed. Again, had you heard that as of the 1st of March 1999?
We were talking just about this, that this was already an idea at the end of Rambouillet. So
Your Honour, I see the time. I think I've tried to speed up in this section. I think I have I have less than half an hour to go, but I do still have material left to go.
We'll take the 11 o'clock break now at this time, witness. We'll take a half hour. You'll come back to the courtroom to finish up with this defense team. You may leave the room now. Thank you. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated.
Your Honor.
Second. Get my ears on. Yes, sir.
Just taking advantage of the moment before the witness comes out, I'm told on the break that the 3 exhibits tendered by Mr. Ellis, in fact, should be deemed confidential after further review of the provider information. It's, for the record, it's 4D0053, 4D0054, and 4D0055. I think the last we already kept confidential.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will reclassify them as confidential then for the time.
Thank you, Your Honour. I'm grateful for the clarification.
All right, we will continue now with questioning by Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, Your Honour. So, we had reached, I think, March of 1999, and we've seen already that on the 5th of March 1999, you, together with Ambassadors Petric and for Germany, Pauls, met with Mr. Krasniqi and other KLA members on the 5th of March. Yes?
Yes, we have seen the video, and I was shown the transcript.
Yes. And I don't think I need to pull it up, but on the transcript, Mr. Krasniqi is recorded as saying, in general, the standpoint of the KLA, and more importantly, the people, is very positive about the document. And that the document must be a reference to the Rambouillet Agreement, correct?
Correct.
And that reflects Mr. Krasniqi's consistent position in favour of the agreement, yes?
Yes.
Were you also involved in the subsequent round of negotiations in Paris?
Yes, I was.
And Mr. Krasniqi was again part of the Kosovo delegation?
I think it was the same delegation as we had in Rambouillet.
Exactly. But unlike Rambouillet, following the Paris negotiations, the KLA delegation were not able to return to Kosovo. That's right, isn't it?
That could well be, yes.
And in terms of Mr. Krasniqi's whereabouts, were you aware that he was in Albania for the period between March and June of 1999, apart from some visits to Western Europe in April?
Yeah, it would be logical. I'm just now trying to scramble in my head whether I met him in Tirana, because I was visiting Tirana also during the bombing once or twice.
Yeah. Did you meet him in Austria on the 5th of April? Sorry, the 9th of April, 1999?
Could well be.
Your Honours, could we move into private session due to some provider restrictions?
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're now back in public session.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, Your Honour. Could we move then to 1D00148, which is a document you were shown yesterday by Mr. Misetic? Whilst that's being displayed, witness, this was the US cable recording a meeting between Ms. Albright and Mr. Krasniqi. And if we could go to paragraph 7 on the document, please. This, I think, was the page that you looked at yesterday, and it shows, doesn't it, that Mr. Krasniqi's first request was humanitarian in relation to the provision of food and medicine, yes?
Yes.
He was also seeking or requesting arming the KLA to defend and protect the Kosovo people, as it records there.
If there would not be some international ground troops being sent into Kosovo, yes.
Correct. And also diplomatic recognition of the new provisional government of Kosovo, yes?
And he is stating led by Hashim Thaçi.
Correct. And again, he records that the government has places reserved for Rugova's Democratic League of Kosovo, yes?
Yes.
So suggest to you that's consistent with the message that he had conveyed in Austria a few days earlier, yes?
Yes. I've been present of neither of the meetings.
No. But were you aware in April of 1999 that Mr. Krasniqi was moving between Western European countries seeking support?
Yeah, in general, maybe, yeah, but I was not aware of his meetings.
I appreciate that. I won't put further documents on that to you. I want to move then to after the conflict in June of 1999. Mm-hmm. Could we have on screen, please, P01224? Could we, well, first of all, you, I think, prepared a who's who of the Albanian political landscape. You recall producing that document?
Yes, I do.
And could we move to the page which is SITF 00172950? And if we could, well, at the bottom of that page, if we could scroll back up. Do you see at the very bottom of your screen now, as the Minister of Reconstruction and Development, Jakub Krasniqi?
Yes, I do.
So you were aware at that time that that was the ministry Mr. Krasniqi was involved with, yes?
Yes.
And were you aware that Mr. Krasniqi was put forwards for that role by the LBD, not by the KLA?
No, I was not aware. But
if I could show you a document which is 019662 to 019663. you should be seeing a BBC article from the 2nd of April 99, and if we could scroll down, please. It has a number of posts within the provisional government, and it records Minister of Reconstruction and Development. No name given, ministerial post belongs to LBD. Were you aware at the time that different posts were being shared between the different political groupings? So.
Yes, we were looking at it logically, because at that time I was working for the UN already, and the UN under Security Council Resolution 1244 had the mandate to govern Kosovo. So this was a structure which we believed is a competition to the UN and the UN's mandate. So a lot of my work then was to negotiate and get them for buy-in, what we then dubbed the Joint Interim Administration Structure, the JIAS.
But that came a little later, I think.
That came a bit later, but this was at the beginning, and I just tried to explain.
I'm grateful for the explanation. But it presumably wouldn't surprise you that Mr. Krasniqi would be associated with a ministerial post belonging to the LBD, because your own memo noted his links to the LBD, correct?
Correct.
And this document records that even after postponing the deadline several times, the LDK still did not send the proposals envisaged in the agreement. So it's right, isn't it, that it was the LDK which didn't nominate its people for posts at that time?
As I was saying yesterday, the LDK was in disarray at that time. Mr. Rugova was discredited. His confidence were scattered, so it took a while until they could reorganize and regain a bit of their position. So it's not surprising that they didn't bring forward any names.
I see.
If ever they were willing to.
And at the top of that page, in terms of deputy prime ministers, it identifies Mehmet Harizi of the LBD, and again the post of the LDK remains vacant. That's consistent with what you just said, isn't it?
Yes, I'm reading the same as you do.
Very well. I tender the BBC article, Your Honours.
Just for accuracy, am I right in understanding this is the text of a statement issued by the government of Kosovo, broadcast by Albanian TV on the 2nd of April, and it was picked up by BBC Monitoring? Is that accurate?
It says at the top of the first page, text of announcer read statement issued by the government of Kosovo, broadcast by Albanian TV on 2nd of April.
Right, so it's from BBC Monitoring, it's not a BBC article, isn't that correct?
Yes, I suppose that's
Yes.
correct. It's
Thank you.
picked up reporting. Yes.
Any objection to the article?
No, Your Honor.
019662 to 019663 is admitted.
The document will receive exhibit number 4D00060. It's classified as public.
Thank you. And in your who's who, you identified the deputies of Mr. Krasniqi in the Ministry of Reconstruction and Development as Moy Jambale and Najib Murati. Is that right?
We can pull it up, but I think it was, if I now remember correctly, having glanced at it, it was with a question mark.
That's correct, yes. Was the question mark because you weren't sure that they were the deputies, or you weren't sure of what party they had belonged to?
No, it wasn't sure whether they were at this position.
I see. You didn't then have interaction with those two individuals, is that right?
Can I see their names again?
Yes, of course. It was on your who's who, which was P1224. and it was the page ending 950.
And neither name rings a bell of the deputies.
Well, now, you would have seen the condition that Kosovo was in after the conflict. Can I show you, please, a couple of documents? The first is SPOE 00305-417. And it would be right that ECMM was still in the field and reporting in July of 1999.
Apparently.
Could we look together at paragraph 6, please? This is were you aware at the time, sir, that reports were being carried out into how many shelters had been damaged?
Yes.
And indeed, this is reporting that an initial survey suggested almost 120,000 homes damaged, 77,000 suffering serious damage or complete destruction, and further down, 40% of villages were reporting that their quantity and quality of water was inadequate. Is that consistent with what you were hearing at the time?
Yes. I mean, we had, in the UN, we had 4 pillars. The humanitarian pillar was taking care of the UNHCR, but the EU, with its ECHO, his humanitarian arm, was present even during the conflict in '98. And they also did their reports on destruction. And that was a race against time before the onset of winter, of at least getting temporary shelter or temporary coverage of houses. So to winterize them, as it said, so that the people could survive winter. Many houses were burnt out, the roofs destroyed, and I witnessed it going around Kosovo at that time.
Yes.
I even went to the house where I met Thaçi, which was also destroyed in Banja. And I was able to help with the delivery of a roof for this house.
Yeah. And it was a serious concern for everybody at the time because, as you say, everybody feared winter approaching and people being left without shelter at that time, yes?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I tender that document, Your Honours.
No objection.
Is that not already admitted?
I don't believe so, but I'm sure I'll be corrected. It's SPOE 00305-417 to 419.
Pardon? Okay. All right. Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
That document, as stated, is admitted.
Your Honors, SPOE 00305417 to 00305419 is admitted as 4D00061. Classification is confidential.
And could we then have on screen SPOE 00305-422 to 423? And if we could move, this as you will see, so is dated the 26th of July 1999, and again within the ECMM. And if we could move to the section headed Economic, which I think is on page 305423. And what I see there, sir, is that there was an assessment of the electricity needed in Peja, showing that 8,000 houses out of 11,000 are destroyed. The intention was to deliver electricity to all the remaining locations in less than 10 days, but the estimate was that 5 years would be needed to restore the entire net if no international help is provided. I mean, were you also aware of the concern at the time to ensure that the homes had shelter and electricity?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there were electricity outages throughout Kosovo constantly during the winter of 99, 2000. I remember that I had to sleep in the office at times because my accommodation was bitter cold.
Your Honor, I tender that document, which is 2 pages.
No objection.
SPOE 00305422 to 00305423 is admitted.
Your Honors, the document will receive exhibit number 4D00062. Classification is confidential. Thank you.
And the reality is, at that time, there was a lot of work for the Ministry of Reconstruction and Development to be involved in, wasn't there?
Well, the work was done by the international community, foremost. As I said, we had a pillar, one of the 4 pillars of the UN administration, UNHCR. There were international actors on the ground. I don't know to which extent there was cooperation with the Ministry of Reconstruction at all.
You weren't involved in that issue yourself?
Not at all.
I see. But were you aware of a donor conference on rebuilding in the Balkans on the 20th of September 1999 in Washington?
Could well have been. As I told you, in the moment we had a bigger mission like the UN, there was a division of labor, and I was not dealing with either security, nor humanitarian affairs, nor civil administration.
Very well. So it could be that Mr. Krasniqi was engaging with the UN on those issues. You wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know.
Very well. I want to finish by dealing with a photograph you were showed by the prosecution, both in your preparation session and again at the start of your evidence. It's SPOE 0. It's now admitted as P01228. Now, it's said by the prosecution that this is a document seized from Mr. Krasniqi's house. There's an ongoing dispute about the search and seizure, which I won't go into with you, sir, but this was not a document.
I was not aware of the origin of this photo when I was shown it.
And you hadn't ever seen it before when you were shown it?
No, I haven't.
No. It follows, doesn't it, that you would have no idea when or how this photograph came to be in Mr. Krasniqi's house, if indeed it did?
Of course not, because I've seen it the first time 10 days ago.
Yeah. And you personally haven't visited Mr. Krasniqi in his home, have you?
I would not think so. I visited a lot of my interlocutors at their homes throughout Kosovo, but I don't think I did meet Mr. Krasniqi at home.
No. So you wouldn't be able to say if there were or if there are other photographs of Mr. Rugova in Mr. Krasnici's house. You can't help either way on that, can you?
No.
It is right, though, that this photograph does not show the complete Albanian delegation from Rambouillet. We're missing, for example, Edita Tahiri and others, yes?
I was stating that, Edita Tahiri. I don't see Recep Çosia, so it is just a part of the delegation, a big part, but not the total part.
And it follows, doesn't it, that if Mr. Krasnici or anyone else from the KLA delegation didn't want to be photographed with Rugova, they could simply have left the image, yes?
Well, I mean, this is a suggestive question.
Of course.
This is a photo which seems that everybody was willingly taking part in.
And am I right in recognizing Mr. Rambouillet of the KLA next to Mr. Rugova?
That is correct.
And if you could help me with the other LDK members in the photograph. Femi Agani is photographed there, isn't he?
He is. Just from our point of view, right of Mr. Rugova is Skender Hisseni, who was a advisor, a close advisor to Mr. Rugova. Fehmi Agani is there. And next to Mr. Krasnici, that could be, the elderly gentleman could be one of the representative of the Christian Democratic Party affiliated to the LDK.
Can I suggest to you that that could be Idris Ayeti, affiliated to the LDK at that time?
Could be, yeah. But I didn't have so much interaction with him to remember.
I see. But as far as we can tell on the photograph, there's no mark against Mr. Agani or Mr. Ayeti or other LDK representatives, yes?
As we can see.
Very well. I want to show you finally DJK 00798 to be accompanied with, the original is DJK 00798 and the English translation has ET after it. Now, we spoke towards the start of your evidence about a gentleman called Milazim Krasnici, and you recall that I think your witness statement identified him as a close ally of Rugova, yes?
At the time.
Now, what you are seeing on screen is Milazim Krasnici's published reaction to the introduction of this photograph yesterday. And there are a couple of features of it to which I wanted to draw your attention. The first is that it records that Mr. Krasnici was chair of the LDK branch in Drenas. You've already said that he was part of the LDK formerly. Were you aware of his chairmanship of the LDK branch in Drenas?
No.
Well, continuing further down, it states that meanwhile in Rambouillet, Jakub Krasnici was accepted as a candidate for Prime Minister of a joint government by Rugova himself. That's consistent, isn't it, with the reporting that we looked at earlier about the proposals for an interim government at Rambouillet? Yes?
I wouldn't be able to confirm by Rugova himself. It was accepted as a candidate for Prime Minister by the delegation. As we have also seen in the British cable, Mr. Rugova was, if you put it mildly, passive in Rambouillet. So he was not existent as a factor there at all. We were rather talking to other LDK members on substance, not to him at all.
Right. And it continues, during the bombings on May 1st, 1999, a delegation of the LDK met Jakub Krasnici in Tirana at Merriman Brahma's apartment with the aim of finding spaces for rapprochement and cooperation between the LDK and the KLA in those circumstances. Jakub Krasnici was very constructive even in that meeting. He did not say a bad word about Rugova in that meeting. Were you aware that in May 99 in Tirana there were meetings between members of the LDK and members of the KLA with an attempt to work cooperatively together?
No, I was not aware. I was also going to Tirana, and I met with members of the delegation. In this case, in Tirana, it was mostly Jabit Haliti from the UCK, part of the delegation. But I can't recall any LDK, UCK meetings that I was aware of at the time.
Very well. But this member of the LDK recording that Jakob has always been a person with high integrity, it is consistent with what you recorded in your memo after the conference that you had heard from other parts of the KLA delegation, correct?
That is correct.
I tender the document, Your Honour.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think it serves the court's purpose to have contemporaneous outside commentary on the proceedings added to the record. So it's basically, it's a relevancy and foundation objection.
Well, may I respond, Your Honour?
Yes, Mr. Ellis. You had
So,
to,
the prosecution choose to adduce a photograph found during the search with no foundation whatsoever through this witness, and then object straight away to the defence's attempts to respond immediately to that. The photograph has been admitted. The response to it from Milazim Krasniqi should be admitted as well. But in any event, the parts that I took the witness through today are parts relevant to events in 1998 and 1999 involving my client, Mr. Krasniqi, and his contacts with the LDK.
yes, as far as I'm concerned, the beginning parts are irrelevant and should not be, and look a bit manufactured, but the rest of it is relevant, and we will allow the exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honour. That concludes my cross.
We need to mark the exhibit, or give the exhibit an exhibit number.
Your Honor, document DJK 00798 and its English translation will receive exhibit number 4D00063. It's classified as public.
Redirect.
If I may, Your Honor, a single line. Good afternoon, Mr. Kicker. Counsel for Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Vaselli both asked you questions yesterday about the timing of the first two meetings in July of 1998 you had with KLA leadership. Do you recall those lines of questioning?
Yes, I do.
And among the questions Mr. Emerson put to you was about corrections that you made when you and I met to your ICTY testimony in the Limai proceeding. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to ask you a few questions just to set the record clear so that we know, and I think we should start with what you were trying to correct in the Limai matter. Could we please see, Madam Court Officer, Exhibit P01209? What you're about to see, Mr. Kickert, is a portion of your testimony in Limai. And if we could go to page 669, please. And Madam Court Officer, if we could focus on lines 13 through 18, please. So do you see, Mr. Kickert, where it says on line 13, it says, when we finished yesterday, we had with KLA leadership, do you recall those lines of questioning?
Yes, I do.
And among the questions Mr. Emerson put to you was about the timing of the first two meetings in July of 1998 you had with KLA leadership. We were finishing with your first meeting with the KLA sometime in late July. I think you said 1998. When was the next time you met with members of the KLA? And your response was, I believe it was the very next day. Was what you were trying to correct when you and I met, and on other occasions?
Objection. It's leading. If you just ask him what was he trying to correct?
Yes.
What were you trying to correct?
I was trying to correct the dates of the meetings I had after being presented with documents which clearly stated that the meeting, which I erroneously thought was the very next day of the meeting with the Secretary General in number 7, was actually not then, but later on. So I think that my point was that testimony based on documents should be more credible than a testimony based just solely on memory.
Can we please say in the same exhibit, Madam Court Officer, page 749? And looking at the top of the page through about line 17, please. That should do. And you see that you're asked here about 3 meetings, the 22nd, 23rd, and 30th. And later on line 13, the question is, in the second meeting on the 23rd, effectively the day after, that was the meeting with Thaçi and Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Vaseli. Was there something about that you wanted to correct?
Yes, I mean, I was also presented at the time with the reports, so it was clear through a report of mine that I met number 3 and number 7 on the 23rd. So then I tried to reestablish, because my memory confounded that the meeting with 3 and 7 happened after the Secretary General's meeting with number 7. But instead, the immediate meeting I had after Secretary General Rohan left was on the 30th with Mr. Krasniqi. That was the meeting I had, which in my mind was stuck as the day after the Secretary General left. That was on the 29th, where we had the Troika there, political directors of the UK, of Germany, and the Secretary General of the Austrian Foreign Ministry, and which was unable to meet KLA representatives.
So to be clear, your second meeting with KLA leadership, the one with number 3 and number 7, was not immediately the day after your first meeting. Is that right?
That is correct.
And did you try to make the same correction? Did you in fact make the same correction in your SPO statement? And just before you answer that, we're going to show you, if I may, Madam Court Officer, exhibit P01210 at paragraph 20. The ERN of that page is 075998. You could scroll down, please, and focus on 20. Thank you. Do you see paragraph 20 of your SPO statement in front of you, Mr.
Yes,
Kicker?
I did. This is exactly what I was trying to explain. Once I was presented with the 10 July ECMM report, I understood that I was mistaken, that the meeting with between Secretary General Rohan and number 7 was not on the 22nd of July, but on or just prior to the 10 July, according to the ECMM report.
So I note you say on the second line of paragraph 20, after saying that you believe you were mistaken, you say, having been shown a 10 July 1998 ECMM report, daily report describing this meeting, I believe that this meeting actually took place on about 10 July 1998. Is that what you just alluded to and what you tried to communicate yesterday?
Yes, it is.
So am I correct that the only, or strike that. Is the only correction you intended to make to this the date of the Vesely and Gani Krasniqi meeting, i.e. the date of your very first meeting in July with KLA?
Yes.
And if we, could we please see Exhibit P01222, which is the redacted Prep Note 1? At paragraph 5, please. Paragraph 5, please. Thank you. You see there, jumping to the text, it says the meeting with Hashim Tachi and Kadri Vesely referred to took place on about 9 or 10 July, not 22 July. If we took the words Hashim Tachi out of that sentence, would it be accurate?
Yes.
And is that in fact the correction you intended?
Yes.
Now, when we were on this topic yesterday, Mr. Emerson asked you, and this is the transcript, page 16210, starting at line 17. He asked you the quote was, "What does your memory tell you?" And you tried to explain the mistakes you just described in your Limai testimony, and you said, quote, that you learned those through the documents, I believe, that this has been sorted out, close quote. Was that a reference to that ECMM report of 10 July and your report of later in the month?
Yes. We have two reports, one of the ECMM of 10 July, and then my own report, I think that was 23 July. Sorry, 24, thank you, about the 23 July meeting written on the 24th. Yes, so I thought that this is now sorted out because we have two documents, two reports, which clearly state that the meetings took place.
And because we want to make sure that the record is crystal clear, we're going to just look for one moment at those two documents. Could we please see Exhibit P0216? I'm sorry, I think I may have given the wrong site. It is an ECMM report, the ERN of which is, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Do we have the exhibit list? Madam Court Officer, was that P0, maybe I misspoke, P01216. I think I omitted the 1. There we are. Thank you. We're not going to go through the whole document, but the document in front of you, is this the much vaunted 10 July 1998 ECMM memo?
Yes, it is.
And I noticed that it makes reference to Secretary General Albert Rohan. Is this report documenting the meeting you described yesterday, the one that you were accompanied, on which you accompanied Secretary General Rohan to meet with number 7?
Yes, it was.
And that was your first meeting with KLA in July of 98?
Yes, it was.
Now, when Mr. Emerson was asking you about this yesterday, he suggested, this is at transcript page 16211, starting at line 15, that, quote, sometimes there are typing or date errors that creep into documents, close quote. So I just have a couple final questions about the ECMM report and the other report to see if there are any indications of such creeping, typing, or other types of errors. This is am I correct that this is a 10 July 1998 daily report from the entity identified on the from line?
Yes, it
Could we
is.
please go to page 3, the middle of the page? So this is a 3-page document of which more than half conveys media reports, starting on page 2 and going through the remainder of the document. And we could go through each one, but I think, absent objection, I'll point out that each one of these media reports refers to either 10 July or, in the body of it, 9 July.
So there is no objection. Indeed, there is no dispute that the first meeting took place on the 10th of July. That's not in dispute.
So the question, sir, is noting that each of these media references refers to either 10 July or 9 July. In your experience with such daily reports, do they tend, when they allude to media information, do they tend to refer to media in the news on or about the day of the report?
Yes, because they're daily reports.
So so the fact that these reports, that the media allusion is to 9 or 10 July, suggests that in fact there is no error in the date of this report, correct?
This is my assumption.
And finally, just looking at your report, sir, Madam Court Officer, if you could see P01217ET. So, sir, I note that the report is dated 24 July 1998, and you're the author, correct?
That is correct.
And if we scroll down slightly, under the title captioned Government of National Unity or Round Table, it states the embassy reports that it met with high-ranking representatives of KLA, numbers 3 and 7, and then it gives the date of 23 July. Was that you reporting a meeting with number 7 and number 3 that happened the day prior?
Yes, the report was, as I was just corrected by Mr. Emerson, the report was written on the 24th of July, and the first paragraph is about a meeting with number 3, number 7, on the 23rd of July in Mališevo.
And is there any doubt in your mind that the date on that report is correct?
No doubt.
And just to emphasize the point, can we go to the top of page 2 of the same document, please? The paragraph beginning, according to Shala, makes reference to who is in proceeding against today, in parentheses says 24 July, correct? Mm-hmm. And that confirms that you in fact did write this report on that date?
Yes, because I met Mr. Shalia after returning from Mališevo on the 23rd in the evening and before returning to Belgrade. And he told me that he would be going into the field, as we called it, the very next day.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Judge Barta.
Yes, thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, Mr. Kickert.
Good afternoon.
I hope you can hear me well.
I can.
The panel has a few more questions for you, which we believe are necessary to fully understand what happened in Kosovo in 1998 and 1999. And for this purpose, I would like to go through the record of your SPO interview from January 2020 with you. My first questions are about paragraphs 11 and 12 of the record, where you talked about a meeting with Adem Demaci, which took place according to paragraph 11 on 6 July 1998. Do you remember discussing this meeting with the SPO in January 2020?
Yes, and there exists also a report of mine writing about this meeting.
Thank you. In paragraph 12 of your SPO statement, it is recorded that Mr. Thaçi had explicitly said that, I quote, he was not the political representative of the KLA, and as a result, it was clear that he was not the political interlocutor you were looking for because he did not represent the KLA. Now, as my question is, or would like to know the following, did Mr. Thaçi tell you who the political representative of the KLA was at the time and or who you should talk to?
No, he didn't.
Thank you. My next questions concern the meeting with Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Vesely in Mališevo in July 1998, addressed in paragraph 22 and the following of your SPO interview. And I'm specifically interested in the information contained in paragraphs 26 and 27, which read as follows. I quote, this is from paragraph 26. During this first meeting, I mentioned the Geneva Convention obligations because there had been allegations, mostly in the Serb press, about the KLA taking prisoners. I actually met colleagues of the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, in Mališevo at this time, and they were also seeking to establish interlocutors within the KLA to raise international humanitarian law issues and possibly gain access to any detainees. And now from paragraph 27, I do not remember specifically what I said to Thaçi, but I would not have raised specific allegations about particular crimes because I did not have evidence and I did not trust the propaganda from either side. However, I would have raised the issue in general terms of these widely reported allegations of detentions and abductions and in the context of ICRC access. When I raised these issues with the KLA, they knew what I was talking about, though they never addressed the allegations themselves. End of quote. First of all, am I right in assuming that you were referring to Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Vesely when you said that they knew what you were talking about, though they never addressed the allegations themselves?
This is a more general remark. So since I don't know what the response there was at this specific meeting, this was the general answer we received. In general, it was always still, we are an army, and we are, of course, therefore, respecting the Geneva Conventions. But I could not recall that Mr. Thaçi or somebody else was specifically mentioning it the way it is written in the SPO statement.
And why did you make that general remark, or why did you think that the KLA was aware that they knew about the allegations of detentions and abductions by the KLA just because they were widely reported?
As I mentioned, there were also ICRC members on the ground that very same day in Mališevo, where I bumped into them. And so they try to establish contact also with the KLA. So it is not something which must have surprised them that this was an issue.
Did these individuals from the ICRC tell you that they tried to establish contact or that they actually established contact with members of the KLA?
They specifically said they tried to establish contact.
But you don't know whether they actually established contact?
I was not aware because it was not my primary focus, and and we might meet in a restaurant afterwards, but in the evening, but it was not that something we would exchange upon.
Thank you. And in your SBO interview, you said that, and this is in paragraph 26 of the report, that there had been allegations about the KLA taking prisoners, but these allegations were mostly articulated or made in the Serb press. Is that correct?
Yes, as I also stated, there was a lot of propaganda going around, also from both sides, to be honest, exaggerating, and for us it was the difficulty to maneuver through and see what we can establish with facts. That was the main reason also that we tried to get our monitors on the ground.
Do you know whether there were also reports about alleged detentions and abductions by the KLA in the Albanian media at the time, that is in summer 1998?
Probably less, if so.
I think you said in paragraph 15 of preparation note 2 that your focus was on the Serbian media. Is that right? When you...
My portfolio at the embassy in Belgrade was a bit strange. I was dealing with media, culture, and politically Kosovo.
And you said you don't speak Albanian, right?
I do not speak Albanian. I speak some Serbian.
So you don't know, or you were not able to read at the time, media articles or newspaper articles in Albanian?
No, but there was a daily LDK news bulletin which they sent out to every embassy. And that was the one reason I also said that there's also propaganda from the Kosovo-Albanian side, because there was allegations that in Western Kosovo the area looked like Vukovar. And this was what I mentioned in my report when I took place or took part of this diplomatic outing which Belgrade had organized, that we then decided that I participate to see it with my own eyes. And it was also this was grossly exaggerated.
Thank you. And you further said in your SPO interview in paragraph 27 that they, and again I assume in this context you were referring to Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Veseli because they were both your interlocutors, never addressed the allegations themselves. Is that right? During your conversation?
Yeah, I can't recall that we discussed it.
Did one of the two, either Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Veseli, tell you that they first had to inform themselves about the allegations or that they had to find out whether the allegations were true or not?
No, I can't recall.
In paragraph 40 of the record of your SBO interview, it is stated that you had already noted in your testimony in the Djordjevic trial that, let's see, there was, and I'm quoting from paragraph 40 of your SBO interview or the report about your interview, there was just general knowledge of the allegations that Serb civilians were abducted and that there were also allegations which you would find in the press, in the media, of detention camps which the KLA had, end of quote. Is still your evidence?
I don't have any evidence. It is just coming from media reports. And there were time and again issues, I think also in this SPO statement about journalists being taken into custody for a while and then released. This was widely reported in the press, in the Serbian press. And also there were English bulletins of the Serbian press which included partly also events in Kosovo.
Thank you. Coming back to paragraph 27. Okay. And the next sentence in paragraph 27 reads, I quote, in response, Mr. Thaçi stressed that the KLA would respect the Geneva Convention because they were a regular army, end of quote. I would like to know the following. During this conversation or later, did you have any doubts that the KLA was in fact able to comply with the Geneva Conventions as stressed or as promised by Mr. Thaçi?
Yeah, I was not convinced that the KLA has such a structure that one person could control the whole organization.
And did you mention that to Mr. Thaçi and or to Mr. Veseli during the conversation in July 1998, that you had doubts or that you were not convinced?
But I have doubts on their positions? No.
No.
It would have undermined my position.
I understand. And did Mr. Thaçi and or Mr. Veseli tell you that the KLA would respect the Geneva Conventions if the circumstances or the war situation allow it? Was such a reservation made by one of the two during the conversation?
I can't remember any qualifier.
Thank you. In the last sentence of paragraph 27, it is said that you also communicated the generous sentiment that the KLA was doing a disservice to its cause if it complained about human rights abuses from the Serb oppressors, but then engaged in similar behavior, end of quote. Did Mr. Thaçi and or Mr. Veseli say anything to this in response? Can you remember that?
I can't remember.
Thank you. Mr. Kicker, my next questions are about the first sentence of paragraph 28, the following paragraph, which reads, I quote, at the conclusion of this meeting, we believed that we had found a senior KLA interlocutor we had been looking for in Mr. Thaçi, or in Thaçi, as it is said here, and that through him we could begin the process of integrating the KLA into the political process, end of quote. In this context, I would like to know the following. Did Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Veseli tell you during or at the end, at the conclusion of the meeting, that they would have to confer with or have to consult someone before they could engage in further discussions with you?
No, there was just a general willingness to engage in the political process. We were not at a stage which we have just discussed of trying to create a platform of all Kosovo Albanian factors. The first outreach was simply to see whether the KLA just wanted to fight or does the KLA did want to engage in a political process. And that was my job, that was the job of other diplomats, to get them into the fold of a political process so that the conflict would not exacerbate.
I understand, but they didn't tell you that they first have to ask anybody or to consult with anybody?
No, they told me that the KLA is willing to engage, but it was in general terms. It was not something, okay, are you going to go together with the LDK, or are you going to go with this person or that person? These problems started later.
Understood. And did they tell you, maybe your answer will be no, but I'm asking anyway, did they tell you that they had to consult someone before a decision can be made, such as granting the ICRC access to detainees? Did they tell you that?
I can't recall.
Thank you. I will now turn to paragraph 30 of your SBO statement. In that paragraph, it is recorded that, I quote, as part of the negotiation process, the United States was in contact with, other figures in the KLA besides Mr. Thaçi, notably Rustem Mustafa, also known as Commander Remy, who was the commander in the lapse zone where we, as diplomats, were not going. And my question here, end of quote, and my question here is simply this. Why were you not going to the lapse zone as diplomats? What prevented you from going to the lapse zone?
Because we as diplomats were interested in political interlocutors, and Remy was not a political interlocutor for us.
So factually, you were able to go to the lab, so nobody prevented you from going there, but you thought it was not.
It was not good for a purpose. The freedom of movement was dependent on the day, but I never made an effort to meet Mr. Remy because it was not for my purpose.
Understood. And now I have another question in relation to the last sentence of paragraph 30, which reads, I quote, in the wake of preparing for the Rambouillet Peace Conference, the Americans also came around to recognizing Mr. Thaçi as the main political interlocutor of the KLA, end of quote. My question here is the following. Do you know why the Americans recognized Mr. Thaçi as the main political interlocutor? Was it because he seemed to be particularly trustworthy or influential, or was it because, as you said, as you also said in paragraph 30, no other KLA member could be identified as more senior in the political process than Mr. Thaçi, if you know, of course.
Yeah, I mean, why did I say they came around? Because there were, in midsummer, the efforts by the Americans, as we discussed earlier, just to make a deal, if you so like, with the LDK, leaving the KLA aside. And that was a bit of a disagreement with us, or with me in particular, because we did not believe that this is a sustainable approach. In the aftermath of this effort, I think they had contact with various KLA interlocutors who would then probably agree that the one to involve in the political process is Mr. Thaçi.
Thank you. Now I would like to move on to paragraph 50 and the following paragraphs of your SBO interview, where you talked about additional meetings you had with Mr. Thaçi in autumn 1998. And you said, I'm referring to the last sentence of paragraph 51, that these meetings or at these meetings, Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Lima would be making the usual demands, such as stopping attacks, giving up Serb checkpoints, the retreat of Serb police, and the return of displaced persons, end of quote. And what the panel would like to know is, did Mr. Thaçi offer anything in return on behalf of the KLA, and if so, what?
I think our exchange was that we wanted to get to a ceasefire, that the hostilities stop, also because the civilian population was suffering the most. That was also in the interest of the KLA, I believe, and that we could push forward the political process. But, I mean, it was not that they said a quid pro quo. If they do that, we do this. I remember now that my memory was refreshed of the meeting with Jakub Krasniqi, that they were willing to stop their offensive actions if certain conditions were fulfilled. But I think that was the general interest of the KLA, that the security forces from Belgrade, both the Yugoslav army and the special police and police units, would stop their offensive actions.
But during these meetings in autumn 1998 with Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limai, no such offer was made. Is that right? As far as you remember, of course.
Which kind of offer?
To stop hostilities or
I mean, that
attacks on Serbian.
That was the whole purpose, that hostilities stop and we engage in a political process. The tool of the international community was then, as we discussed yesterday, to get the OSCE verification mission on the ground, to have it a stronger presence, international presence, so that the hostilities would stop on both sides.
Thank you. In paragraph 53 and the following paragraphs of your SPO interview, you spoke about your participation in prisoner negotiations, and you mentioned, according to the record of your interview, that you met with Jakub Krasniqi and two members of the KLA's general staff, namely Mr. Sokol Bashota and Mr. Rame Buya. And this is in paragraph 54 of the record of your SPO statement. My first question in this context is this: how do you know that Mr. Bashota and Mr. Buya were actually members of the KLA general staff? Did they tell you this at the time?
No, was my assumption.
It was your assumption?
Yeah.
And how did you come to this conclusion or assumption?
Maybe contact with journalists. I mean, this was a lot of exchange was through this way.
But it was clear to you when you met the three that the other two, apart from Mr. Krasniqi, were members of the KLA general staff, that you were dealing with members of the KLA general staff.
I mean, the assumption would be there, because if you talk about a prisoner release, there must be some sort of also military role, not only political.
And did you know in 1998 and or 1999 later on, who else was a member of the general staff? Did you know, for example, whether Mr. Thaçi was a member of the KLA general staff, Mr. Veseli, Mr. Salimi, or Mr. Krasniqi?
I mean, the most informative for myself now, in retrospect, is the report I've written, which I've shown today. But if I knew the constellation before, I doubt it.
Thank you. Mr. Kickert, according to paragraph 68 of your SPO statement, you told the SPO that in late 1999 and 2000 you met with Mr. Veseli, Kadri Veseli, although you said you dealt with Mr. Veseli less, as he was the head of intelligence. Can you first tell us, please, how you knew that Mr. Veseli was the head of the intelligence service? Did he tell you this, or was it publicly announced, or was that public knowledge?
It's purely a correction of fact. The period being referred to is not late 1998, but late 1999 and 2000.
Mr. Emerson, I think I said, I hope at least I said, according to the transcript, I said in late 1999 and 2000.
Oh, I do apologize. I heard 1999.
Not a problem at all. So you heard the time I was referring to is late 1999 and 2000.
I had European colleagues who were intelligence who met Mr. Veseli in this capacity. And he was also somebody the international community would be talking to get some control over certain elements which were drifting towards organized crime after the war.
Do you know how Mr. Veseli got this position, particularly who appointed him?
No.
Do you know why he was appointed or chosen as head of intelligence? In other words, what qualified him for the job?
No.
Did you know, or do you know now, what Mr. Veseli did or what task or position he had during the war?
What position he had during the war?
Yes.
Well, I mean, he was introduced as number 7 at that time, also as a political interlocutor. So this is what we were looking for. So we were assuming that he has also a political role to play in the KLA. As I said, we were not interested as diplomats what their position was in the army itself or in the military sense, that was none of our business.
I think you made that clear. Let me nevertheless ask you whether you had any information that indicated that Mr. Veseli had a role in intelligence during the war, or played a role in the intelligence during the war.
During the war, no. I mean, I met him in a different capacity. I learned that only after the war, through colleagues, as I said, that he was dealing with intelligence for, I would say, the former KLA.
Were you aware that the KLA allegedly had an intelligence service during the war? Be that a military intelligence service or a civilian intelligence service, are you? Or were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware, but I would not be surprised either.
I apologize for asking that question again, but it's could be relevant. Do you know whether within the KLA there was a distinction, or would it surprise you that if there was a distinction between an intelligence service responsible for domestic affairs and one responsible for external non-domestic affairs, for example, for example, in Western European countries? Would that surprise you?
I'm not aware that there was. I know that they, in outside Kosovo, they were trying to collect funds, but that doesn't necessarily mean intelligence service. That means that there was a network to create funds to buy the weapons they needed for their insurgency.
Thank you.
We need to break for lunch. We will be an hour and a half. We'll come back at 2:30, continue this. Thank you for being with us thus far. You may leave the room with the court usher. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Before beginning and following upon the status conference of 27 May and the helpful submissions the panel received from all of you, the panel makes the following orders. First, the panel orders the SBO to provide further notice of the streamlining of their case to the panel and to the parties and participants no later than 16 September 2024. At that point in time, the panel expects to receive clear and detailed accounting of the steps and measures taken by the SBO to further shorten and expedite the presentation of its case. At that point, the panel will also call a status conference to take stock of this matter and to hear the parties' submissions in respect of the SBO's notice. Second, the SBO is ordered to explore the possibility of conducting preparation sessions remotely or in person in the state of residence of suitable witnesses to expedite the process of preparing and disclosing preparation notes. The panel takes the view that such a process might be particularly adequate in respect of A, crime-based witnesses, B, witnesses whose underlying statements and interviews are limited in size, C, as well as witnesses of a primary corroborating nature. Third, upon receiving preparation notes of a witness, each defense team will within 24 hours notify the panel and the SPO of any change in its cross-examination estimate. Fourth, the SPO will take necessary steps to ensure to the extent possible that no scheduled court day is wasted. The SPO should give consideration to having at least one backup witness for relevant weeks. Fifth, the defense is ordered to provide realistic estimates of cross-examination time within 3 working days of receiving indications of the next group of witnesses to be called by the SPO in the next 3-week block of witnesses. In respect of those witnesses who will start testifying on 24 June 2024, the defense shall provide such estimates no later than 12 June 2024. The panel will review the defense estimates and, where necessary, provide its own estimates of adequate cross-examination time and impose a time limit based on relevant factors if inconsistent with the defense's estimates. Where the panel considers it necessary to reduce the estimate for cross-examination time of a witness, it will communicate that promptly to the parties and participants. The panel's time limit will provide the basis on which SPO should base its scheduling of witnesses. In addition, the defense shall prepare its cross-examination based on the panel's time limit and shall seek any extension at the time of cross-examination with adequate justification for such extension. Sixth, as soon as the SPO has formed the view that it will not call a particular witness, it shall give prompt notice of that fact to the panel and to the defense. Seventh, regarding crime-based witnesses, the SPO is directed to consider the possibility of tendering their evidence pursuant to Rule 153. The panel notes that such provision is particularly helpful where A, the proposed evidence is primarily or exclusively of a corroborative nature, or B, where the evidence in question is not in dispute. Prior to filing any Rule 153 application, the SPO should first consult with the defense whether there is any objection to it. Lastly, consistent with the suggestion made by the Tačija defense, the panel orders the SPO to file a detailed roadmap of its plan to present its case until April 1, 2025. The roadmap is to be provided to the panel on an ex parte basis no later than 21 June 2024. It shall provide detailed information about the following. 1, the witnesses the SPO plans to call during that period in their approximate order. 2, the number of expected hours of examination in chief for each witness. 3, which witnesses the SPO wishes to offer pursuant to Rule 153 or pursuant to Rule 154. 5, which remaining witnesses are to be offered pursuant to Rule 155 during that period. 6, any bar table motion or motions to be filed during that period. 7, which of these witnesses will be subject to an application for video link testimony. And 8, to articulate any factors which might negatively affect the implementation of the proposed roadmap. Once it has received that roadmap, the panel will decide whether it can be made available in whole or in part to the defense and victims' counsel after hearing the SPO, and whether to call a status conference on this point. Such a roadmap is intended to enable all those involved to plan and prepare effectively and to ensure that the case proceeds expeditiously. The SPO will not, of course, be strictly bound to the roadmap, and this concludes the panel's order. We will now continue with the testimony of the witness. Madam Court Officer, you may please bring the witness in. Witness, we will continue with the judge's questions. Judge Barta still has the floor.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, and welcome back, Mr. Kickert.
Good afternoon.
I hope you had a nice and a restful lunch break.
Everything's relative.
Okay. I have a few more questions for you, and this is my first question. During the last 14 months, we have heard a lot about the relationship between the KLA and the LDK in this courtroom. And based on what you experienced during your time in Kosovo, you described the relationship between the two groups yesterday as, I quote, political rivals. And also, you also said that the KLA was a threat to the LDK's political monopoly. For the record, this is on page 89 of the provisional transcript. Now I'm more interested in the other side of the story, that is the KLA's attitude towards the LDK and their members and supporters. And we've heard from witnesses that the witnesses, had been LDK supporters before the war, like, as they pointed out, the majority of the Albanian population in Kosovo, and that they later joined the KLA during the war. Would like to know, are you aware that this happened, that people who had previously supported the LDK later became members of the KLA?
Yes, as we have also discussed today with Mr. Krasniqi and Mr. Rambuja, there were people from the LDK who joined the ranks of the KLA.
Thank you. This would have been my next question. I was just talking about people who supported the LDK, but this is also true, as you just said, for official members or representatives of the LDK, as Mr. Krasniqi had been before the war, and Mr. Buja, because they were both ex-LDK, right?
That is correct.
And what about members or representatives of the LDK who were not willing to join the KLA and who instead publicly spoke against the interests and goals of the KLA? Would that be a problem, either for the KLA or for the person concerned?
My feeling at the time was that there were frictions between the LDK and the KLA. As I said in my statements here, there was sometimes even from the LDK circles, the attitude of saying publicly that the KLA didn't exist or making its role smaller. This is part of what I said is a political rivalry, and the LDK had problems with the fact that its political monopoly was broken. Because there were other political parties in Pristina, also of some personalities who have broken away from the LDK, which were unhappy with the, as they saw it, too passive positioning of the LDK in their peaceful resistance to the Serb occupation.
So would it be a problem for a person who, as I said, publicly spoke against the interests and goals of the KLA, if that person was a representative or a supporter of the LDK and was not willing to join the KLA?
It could be, I don't know. There were reports of some attacks on LDK people even in Pristina, but it was never clear who was behind those events.
And finally, we saw yesterday in a video shown by the defense for Mr. Thaçi that Mr. Thaçi gave a speech in which he called, among other things, for peace, reconciliation, and the inclusion of minorities, using my words now. I'm sure that you recall that video, right, yesterday?
I do recall the video, which I've seen the first time.
Thank you. The panel would like to know how such speeches or public appearances were viewed by the international community at the time. Were they welcomed?
Absolutely, because that was our aim to stop the conflict, and there were still security incidents galore. So the idea was through the engagement of political leaders on the Kosovo Albanian side, especially those from the KLA who had credibility among the ranks of the KLA, that these incidents could be constrained.
And were such speeches, or as I called it, public appearances by members of the newly established provisional government of Kosovo, the so-called PGOK, essential or even a conditio sine qua non for further engagement or support of that newly established government?
We as the international community, as the UN, did not recognize a provisional government of Kosovo. We saw Mr. Thaçi as an important leader from within the KLA who could be a very valuable ally in our endeavor to get hostilities, inter-ethnic hostilities down.
Apart from the official or from the question of recognition of that government, the provisional government, was it clear from your point of view that the international community expected efforts from high-ranking players or government officials to prevent or stop violence against minorities?
That was the appeal of the international community, yes.
And apart from such speeches or public appearances, are you aware of other efforts made by Mr. Thaçi or members of the provisional government of Kosovo to prevent or stop violence against minorities?
As I stated yesterday, I think I was not part of UN at the time when these videos were made of. I remember that it was also an outreach in particular of SRSG Bernard Kouchner, and there was even an outreach campaign in the fall of '99 where he went also into predominantly also in difficult areas, predominantly Albanian inhabited areas, and that he would have part of his speeches also in Serbian, even if it created at that time some unease among the Kosovo Albanian population, but he made a point of it.
But now you're talking about what Mr. Kouchner did. I was asking whether you're aware of any efforts made by the provisional government, which was led by Mr. Thaçi, other than giving speeches or making public appearances.
I can't recall. It was also not necessarily my focus of my work at the UN.
And my last question, and maybe I can make myself clearer on that point. With that question, are you aware of any specific measures taken by Mr. Thaçi or the government to cooperate with UNMIK, for example, or KFOR, measures of a legislative or administrative nature, for example, to hand over suspects caught in the act, or to disclose the identities of persons who were alleged to have been abducted or detained civilians during or in the aftermath of the war? Are you aware of any such measures taken by the government?
I would not have been aware. These are security issues. K4, as after the war, the number one security provider, was certainly in touch with KLA and probably also with the provisional government as such, or representatives of the provisional government, but I was not in this capacity.
Thank you. Then we have to ask K4, members of K4, former members of K4 of UNMIK about that. Thank you very much, Mr. Kekat. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Judge Mitro?
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, sir. I would like to follow up on a few issues that you've already addressed in your evidence. You've indicated that you were given repeated and successive assurances from KLA leaders that they would comply with the Geneva Conventions. Do you recall questions about this?
Yes, I would not be able to pinpoint at which of the meetings and in which form, but it was certainly brought up, and the general answer was, of course, we adhere to them because we are a regular army.
And would you agree with the suggestion that it was in the political interest of the KLA leadership to give you those assurances? Would you agree with that?
Of course, it served their purpose, portraying themselves as I said, a regular army which follows all the rules, international rules. And I think this is something they would want to be known to diplomats.
And would it be fair to suggest that your support, the support of the international community, might have been a lot less forthcoming had you not received these sort of assurances that they would comply with the Geneva Convention and human rights standards?
I think in the notes or in the messages we prepared for the meeting up in Klečka, I think we spelled it even out, David Slynn and myself, that cooperation in this field will be important to not lose the international community's support.
And I want to ask you about the implementation, if you want, of those assurances. You've been asked already a few questions. I want to follow up slightly on that. When you raised these concerns and were given assurances of compliance, did any of the KLA leaders you met tell you what in practice they plan to do to implement those assurances?
No.
And outside of what they told you or did not tell you, did you ever become aware of what steps they took to implement those assurances of compliance?
No, as I said before, this was, using your language, brought up en passant and not the main topic of our conversations.
And specifically, and I think I know the answer, but I'll ask it to you. You were asked, or it was drawn to your attention by counsel for Mr. Thaçi that a military court was set up at some stage by the KLA. Did you ever become aware of a member of the KLA being prosecuted or punished for violating the Geneva Conventions during your time in Kosovo?
No, I'm not aware of this.
Now, I want to follow up on something that you were asked about by the Krasniqi defense, and perhaps I will ask the registry to bring up the first document, which is U008-1323. That's again your ICTY statement, sir, and I will go to page U008-1333. And simply for the record, this is now part of 1D142, but it's not yet available online. I want to ask you about, well, first, I understand these to be the notes you prepared for the purpose of the meeting that you've been discussing. I want to ask you again about that last paragraph towards the bottom of the page where you say, prisoners of war, Geneva Convention, no civilians, access to the ICRC. The two words I want to ask you about are no civilians. Am I right to understand this to suggest that there should be no civilians as prisoners? Is that what you meant?
Yes.
And again, I'm asking a lot of your memory, sir, but is that a particular issue that you would have raised with the KLA leaders when you met with them, that there shall not be any civilians being detained by the organization?
In general terms, that would have been, but again, it was not the main topic of our conversations.
Can you recall, and again, if you can't, we would fully understand, but can you recall whether there was any response to such requests?
I cannot recall of any, whether this was brought up or discussed at that particular meeting.
Now I'd like to ask you about something else, the numbers which you were given by some of the KLA members as pseudonyms, if you wish, that they would use to introduce themselves to you. And I'll perhaps put the document on the screen so we have it in case of necessity. It's Exhibit P1217. And if we can scroll down in the English a little bit, thank you. Now, I simply put this report here because it's one of those where you made reference to numbers or numbers you attributed to individuals. What I understand you to have interpreted these numbers to mean was some sort of a hierarchy whereby number one would be superior to number two to number three, and so on. Is that fair?
At the time, yes, that was our guess.
And would you accept or would you entertain the possibility that these numbers, in fact, might have referred to something else? In other words, the order in which these individuals became members of the KLA. Could you entertain this possibility?
Could also be.
Now, if we go to the next page of that document, and I will direct you in the English, it's towards the middle, it's the paragraph starting with the words negotiation, and in German it's the second paragraph, and to follow the example of Mr. Mišetić, I will go into foreign languages. Es wird auch bereits. Can you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, there's a comment that you made, it seems, about Adem Demaci. In the English, it's translating as him being a symbolic figure. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Is that a fair understanding of what you understood the power and authority of Mr. Demaci at the time?
Yes, Mr. Demaci was a long-time political prisoner and had a certain status in the Kosovo-Albanian society because he never gave up his resistance, peaceful resistance towards the Serb oppression. So he was quite a strong personality and was well respected, but of course also very combative. He was not a very tall person, but very energetic.
And what I understand, and again, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, and I'll trust your own, but if you refer here to symbolic, should we understand this as suggesting that you did not see him, for example, giving orders to anyone in the KLA or making binding decisions on behalf of the KLA? Would that be fair?
Absolutely. I think we saw also my report where I was talking about a meeting with him in the beginning of July, and it's him who came up also with this idea that numbers represent hierarchy. So it's not that I just invented this idea. But he came told me that because he had meetings with the KLA. And I think that KLA would have respected him quite a lot. And later in that year, he did become kind of, if you want, a political representative of the KLA.
In Pristina.
In Pristina.
I'd like to follow up on something else the Krasniqi defense asked you about, and that's in Exhibit P1220, please. You are by now more than familiar with your own report of 31st of July of 1998. And I'll ask the registry to please go to the fourth page of this document. Thank you. You were read the passage that talks about Nekibe Kelmandi. Can you locate that paragraph? In German, it's second full paragraph.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, what I want to ask you is this. In the English, it says that in an initial reaction, KLA representatives completely rejected Nekibe Kelmandi of the LDK and demanded participation from the LPK. Now, you've told us you know who Ms. Kelmandi is, and I took your account to suggest that you know her well and met her. My first question is, can you recall which KLA representatives it was who completely rejected her as a suggested member of a would-be government?
You mean specifically who of the three interlocutors?
That's correct.
I could not recall.
And that was my second question. It would have been one of the three, right? Mr. Buya, Mr. Krasniqi, or Mr. Limay.
Yes, and as far as I remember, most of the talking was done by Mr. Krasniqi, but I could not give percentages who spoke how much in that meeting.
And would it be fair to suggest that the opposition that these representatives expressed in relation to Ms. Kelmandi was based on her membership of the LDK, or are you aware of any other factor that would explain this opposition?
I would not be aware of any other factor. I did know Mrs. Nekibe Kelmendi, but not so well at that time. I worked with her and got to know her more than after the war, because I think she was then also we had then a system of co-ministers for justice.
And your memo here or your note that we're looking at here is from the end of July, the 31st of July of 1998. Do you know what happened to Ms. Kelmandi a few weeks later, in the months of September? Did she ever tell you what happened to her and other members of the Kosovo Parliament?
No.
Did you hear of her being arrested and perhaps detained for a time by the KLA? Did you hear about that?
I might have been that somebody showed me a document in the last, or something, media report in the last 10 days. But at the time, I might have, but I would not have a recollection of my own.
Now, my last set of questions has to do with questions that were asked of you about your testimony in the Limay case. And for that purpose, I'll ask the registry to bring up DHT 00177 to DHT 00492. And here, sir, this is the judgment of the trial chamber of the ICTY, Trial Chamber 2, dated 30th of November 2005 in the case of Mr. Lima and others in which you testify. And I'll ask the registry to go to page 48, please. That should be page 48 of the judgment. So it's going to be a bit further down the road, maybe 4 pages more. Thank you. Just to give you some context here, that's the part of the judgment where the trial chamber started summarizing your evidence. Do you understand?
I understand. It's the first time I see it.
And it goes on for a page and a half where they refer to your and related witnesses' evidence. And then I'll ask the registry to go to page 50. It's page 54 in the PDF, if it helps. And here are, at paragraph 129, some of the main findings that the trial panel made, relying in particular, but not only, on your evidence. And I will read it out to you, and what I will ask you afterwards to do, if you may, is simply to indicate whether you agree with what's being determined there, or whether you would qualify it or take issue with any aspect of it. And it says this: as this evidence confirms, by July 1998, the Kiele had become accepted by international representatives, and within Kosovo as a key party involved in political negotiations to resolve the Kosovo crisis. This discloses and confirms that by that time, the Kiele had achieved a level of organizational stability and effectiveness. In particular, this gave it the recognized ability to speak with one voice and with a level of persuasive authority on behalf of its members. Both the Kiele's need for secrecy and the existence of an established hierarchy in its ranks is apparent from the circumstances that individuals involved in negotiations with foreign missions were referred to by a number apparently corresponding to their level in the Kiele hierarchy. Further, from the course of these discussions, it appears that the Kiele was able to formulate and declare a change of military tactics and also conditions for refraining from further military action. This is indicative that at that time, the Kiele had the ability to coordinate military planning and activities and to determine a unified military strategy, as well as the ability to conduct military operations of a larger scale. Now, would you agree, dispute, or qualify any of these findings, or are they consistent with your own knowledge and experience?
You are asking me to possibly criticize a judgment?
No, I'm not asking you to criticize. I'm asking you whether you saw that part of the event any differently than the chamber did.
If that was not from a judge, I would not subscribe to this paragraph.
And any particular issue you would not subscribe to?
As I said, at the time, we believed that numbers were representing a hierarchy. We were not certain. And also, later on, when the numbers were not used and personalities were and names came up, it not necessarily reflected number hierarchy as we thought. And you just yourself, Your Honor, suggested that it could have well been a different numbering system of who joined at which time. I heard that now that you mention it also at some stage later on. And I would not subscribe that the KLA at that time was so organized as this paragraph states.
I'm very grateful. Thank you, sir.
Judge Gaynor?
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, Mr. Kickard.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to return to the question of where you considered responsibility for investigating war crimes lay while you were serving as an advisor to the SRSG in particular. Now, yesterday, Mr. Misetic asked you, he said, whose authority was it to investigate and prosecute war crimes? Your answer, it should be structures set up by UNMIC. Question, is there a reason that UNMIC did not have those structures set up? Answer, it was totally overwhelmed. The UN had never done an administration of a territory, and it was very slow to get into motion, etc. Now, do you recall that particular part of your evidence?
Yes, I do.
Now, I want to probe aspects of that a bit. During your service as a diplomat, and while you were in Kosovo, did you become familiar with the notion, with responsibility, on each party to a conflict to investigate war crimes committed by members of its own armed forces?
No, I didn't.
But are you aware that that is a general principle of international law?
As I said, I'm not a lawyer.
Sure. Okay. Now, while you were in Kosovo, you were obviously aware that the ICTY had jurisdiction to investigate and to prosecute crimes committed by any party on the territory of Kosovo.
Yes, I was.
Now, did you consider that the ICTY's jurisdiction was in any way displaced because UNMIC got into the business of investigating war crimes?
No, I even remember that I met ICTY personnel on the ground in Kosovo. I remember even very distinctly that when I returned in June 1999, that at a gas station I bumped into colleagues of the ICTY, who were also entering Kosovo. So yes, I was aware they were on the ground.
Right. And you saw no conflict or tension between UNMIC on the one hand investigating war crimes and the ICTY also investigating war crimes?
As far as understood, the ICTY had the principle of subsidiarity, so that it would not investigate necessarily if the local judicial system could cope with it.
Now, let me turn to the obligations on the FRY forces. Did you consider, and again from your perspective while you were serving in UNMIC in particular, did you consider that the establishment of UNMIC in any way released the FRY government from the responsibility to investigate war crimes committed by its forces on the territory of Kosovo?
No.
And did you consider that the establishment of UNMIC or the establishment of the ICTY in any way released the KLA from its responsibility to investigate war crimes committed by its forces?
As I said, I was not aware of the principle that armed forces have an obligation to investigate war crimes their forces allegedly committed. I was not aware of that.
Okay. Let me put it this way. While you were serving in UNMIC, was there ever any understanding that the KLA should cease investigating crimes by its own forces because UNMIC had been established and because the ICTY had been established?
I mean, the ICTY existed
Yes.
way before. Just had because it was ex-Yugoslavia, also the jurisdiction on Kosovo. But no, I was not involved, so I can't remember or recall any contact about the KLA investigating crimes allegedly committed by their forces.
Okay, and following up on that, is it right to say that you weren't aware of steps taken by the KLA to investigate crimes committed by their own forces?
I was not aware.
Okay. Now, I'd just like to move to a separate issue, and that is the relationship between Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Fatmir Limay. And could I ask the court officer to bring up Exhibit P1225? Now, you've discussed in your SBO statement, paragraph 50, you told us about your meetings, and you referred to it again today, where you met Tačija and Limay in autumn of 1998. You attended, can you recall about how many meetings you attended at which both Tačija and Limay were present?
If I try to reconstruct it, I could only think of one, for sure.
Okay, your statement gives the impression that you attended more than one.
Yeah. I would not be able to pinpoint another one, and since I was reminded that one of the meetings with Hashim Thaçi took place in Vienna, together with Badr Mahmouti, I would not be able to say whether we had a second one where both of them were present in Kosovo, in Banja.
Now, I just want to refer you to the document which is on your screen at the moment. This is P1225. This is an inter-office memorandum which you authored and dated 25th October 1999. And you explained that on the 24th of October 1999, you met Fatmir Limay. And you describe him as the self-styled Deputy Defence Minister of the so-called interim government of Mr. Thaçi and one of his closest confidants. You see that in the opening paragraph?
I do.
Yes. Now, what was it that you observed or that you were told that led you to describe Mr. Limay as one of Mr. Thaçi's closest confidants?
That he was present at the meeting we had in Banja. So now, trying to go through my head, there might have been a second one, because the house where we met, I was not there only once. So I don't know who else I did meet there, but it was not just a one-time location in Banja, this house where we met. But my assumption was that if he was there with Mr. Thaçi, he must give a special trust in him.
Very well. Now, if we go to the to the next page of this, please, to the very end of this document under your comments section, you say, Cheliku in private talks, quote, what I say is law around here, unquote, clearly calls the shots in the area from Klečka to Banja and Paga Rusa, his former commanding zone, unquote. You see that portion?
I do.
Now, Mr. Misitic asked you a question about that earlier. Mr. Misitic said, and did you have an understanding of why he was the authority? Your answer was, because of his nimbus as the probably regional commander of the UCK at that time. Now, I just want to to clarify your evidence on this, on the one hand, you believed that Thaçi and Limai were close, working closely together. And then on the other hand, Limai is telling you, what I say is law around here. So could you tell me that, I want to understand whether you considered Limai to be working independently of the KLA leadership, or did you consider Limai to be working energetically but in accordance with orders from the KLA leadership?
The relation between also high KLA functionaries was dynamic. There were splits of parties from the PDK, the party they founded. I think among the four accused, you would find membership in 3 different political parties. So it was nothing uncommon that after the war, there were some differences between certain former high-ranking KLA officials. You would have also parties, even after the war, immediately founded, which had nothing to do with the PDK, which was led by Mr. Thaçi. If you just look at Ramush Haradinaj, who founded his own party right away and tried also, in approaching me at the time, to say, hey, I am also an important person, don't always talk to Mr. Thaçi. So there was a certain, as we said before, jockeying of political factions. After the war, there was also a bit of jockeying of former KLA personalities of who is the most important.
Mm-hmm. Going back to the earlier period, 98, autumn 98, and early 99, did you have any reason to believe that Fatmir Limai was acting as a rogue in any way, or acting outside directions from the KLA leadership?
No, I had no reason to.
Thank you very much indeed. No further questions.
Thank you, Judge Gaynor. Any follow-up questions from the SBO? Mr. Misitich?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just if I can make one note. Thank you. Witness, let me just ask you a few follow-up questions, and I trust you will be out of here today. So,
thank you very much for that.
okay. So I just follow up some questions from each of the judges. You were asked by Judge Barta certain questions about Adam Damaci, and if we could, and you were also asked questions by Judge Matro about Adam Damaci. I just wanted to ask you a follow-up question about whether you had seen a declaration that was made in August, about a month after your meetings with Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Vesely, Mr. Damaci, Mr. Krasniqi, and others. So if we could please have on the screen Exhibit 1D50, please. Witness, this is something titled Political Declaration Number 7. It was published on the 13th of August, 1998, purportedly by the General Staff of the KLA. And in the 3rd paragraph, it says, at the beginning in the 2nd sentence, well, let's start with the 1st sentence. New circumstances necessitate the creation of institutions in which the broad political spectrum of Kosovo will be duly represented. With the intention of cutting off the manipulations related to the creation of these institutions, the General Staff makes it known to the public that Jakub Krasniqi, Javed Haliti, Bardal Mahmouti, Hashim Thaçi, Faton Mehmetai, and Sokol Bashota are the political representatives of the KLA. The public announcement of the KLA's political representatives facilitates the coordination of political activity at the national level. And then if you go to the last paragraph, it says, for the purpose of expediting the process of creating the institutions of Kosovo, the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army gives complete trust to Adam Demaci to take a leading role in this process. Not being under any party umbrella, the Kosovo Liberation Army asks Adam Demaci to withdraw from party activism. Witness, were you aware of that declaration, which was obviously public in mid-August 1998?
I can't recall, but of course in general terms, as it was probably representative in the media. But we took it that Adam Demaci was tasked to be then, because there was no other chance to contact the people we contacted before, that he was, as he was in Pristina, made to be the interlocutor on behalf of the KLA in Pristina.
Okay. And you've already testified, but I just wanted to follow up. You've said in your earlier testimony that you arranged for Mr. Thaçi to go see Adam Demaci in Ljubljana during the Rambouillet conference. Not you personally, but the international community.
International community, yes, because Adam Demaci was speaking out against the Rambouillet Accords and had by that time become an obstacle for the international community to reach an agreement in Rambouillet.
Well, can you explain to the panel what kind of obstacle, what kind of authority would Adam Demaci have such that Mr. Thaçi has to fly to Ljubljana to speak to him about agreeing to the Rambouillet Accords?
As we discussed before, he was a highly symbolic figure, and it was not only him who was, as we discussed also, who was against concluding the accord, but we tried everything possible so that especially Hashim Thaçi at Rambouillet was able to agree to the Rambouillet Accords. Okay. So that was one of the different meetings the international community has arranged for him to convince him that it is a good agreement.
Okay, thank you. I want to turn to another set.
Or also for him to be able to convince people like Adam Demaci that that he should be able to subscribe to the Rambouillet agreement.
Okay. Would you say that Adam Demaci had some authority with the local KLA commanders? Is that your impression at the time?
I don't know. He might have been in contact with some. As from my early July cable, he did go into the field and meet them. So I suppose that he continued that even during the time when we were sitting in Rambouillet.
Okay. Thank you. I want to turn to another issue raised by Judge Barta, but in answer to one of his questions, you said, we did not recognize the PGOK. And Judge Barta then asked you about what the international community wanted Mr. Thaçi to be doing more of. And I want to see the interplay between those 2 points. Mm-hmm. So if we can go back for a second to what happened from Rambouillet to the point of you meaning the international community, not recognizing the PGOK. In Rambouillet, there was a discussion or an understanding that there would be a provisional government of Kosovo. I think you agreed to that earlier today. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean, to answer the question is coming, what happened was a war and a Security Council Resolution 1244.
Yes. So I'm glad, but let's go step by step. You then go to the local commanders to get their consent because they're resisting because they don't want to dissolve the KLA, which is a fundamental requirement of the Rambouillet Accords, correct?
Correct.
And one of the ways you get them on board is by saying you're going to convert into the political institutions of what will be the PGOK ultimately.
Yes.
Right? So you get their agreement, you, meaning Mr. Thaçi, gets their agreement of the local commanders, correct?
Yes.
The war happens, as you say, and something completely that had not been contemplated, the UN administration of Kosovo, that hadn't been contemplated at Rambouillet, that hadn't been contemplated in these discussions with the zone commanders and the local KLA, takes over events. Would you agree?
I would agree.
June happens, and the international community insists with Mr. Thaçi the fulfillment of the dissolution of the KLA. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
But without the other part, which was, and these guys are all going to be transitioned into political institutions, correct?
Correct, but
The speakers are kindly requested to pause between question and answer. Thank you.
I apologize.
No,
Yes.
I apologize. Go ahead.
But as you are well aware, the Rambouillet Accords were not signed by the other side, by Belgrade. So there was not a prerequisite for the Rambouillet Agreement to come into force.
I absolutely agree with that, but that still doesn't change that despite the fact that there was no agreement, the international community continued to insist with Mr. Thaçi that the KLA needed to be disbanded.
Yes. Whether it is part of the Kumanova Agreement or 1244, I don't know, but this is a prerequisite of the NATO presence was that no other armed groups would be accepted. The Yugoslav army retreated, the Serbian police and security forces retreated, and NATO would not accept any other armed group on the territory of Kosovo.
I accept that.
Thank you.
And I'll be slower now for the interpreters. So, would you accept that this created similar problems for Mr. Thaçi that had existed in February for Mr. Thaçi with respect to internally within KLA structures or former KLA structures?
I don't know. After the war, the general feeling among KLA was that they won the war, and it is their right to have the government of Kosovo. And we tried to convince him that it's not the case, that they had to work with us, UN at that time already, to find something where they could be part of it, but we would still comply with Security Council Resolution 1244.
Right, and ultimately there were things that were created that would incorporate former KLA into institutions, including things like the Kosovo Protection Corps. Yes?
Where I was not involved, but I was involved in what I mentioned today, the Joint Interim Administration Structure, where we took Kosovars, and especially it was a way of also for Mr. Thaçi and the government, the provisional government or whatever, to compromise and to save face, saying, okay, we are now part of a joint undertaking, the Joint Interim Administration Structure.
Okay. I'm sorry to jump around here, but because it's a related topic, Judge Gaynor asked you questions about the KLA's obligation to investigate crimes. Were you aware that by early June, UNMIK had appointed judges to try to set up courts and continue to do so in the summer?
Yeah, I don't know whether that had happened. I was not involved in the judiciary side either. I think the two of us briefly discussed regulation number 1, the mother of all regulations, because first it had to be clarified which is the applicable law. And it's nice to have judges, but based on which law they can do their procedures.
Yes. And are you aware that UNMIK ultimately did, in fact, investigate and prosecute war crimes?
I think they did, yeah, but again, it was not something I was following.
What, you were in Kosovo how long?
I was in Kosovo until November 2000, until just after the local elections. That was a good time for me to say, okay, now we have a democratic process started.
Okay.
And it was also for other reasons that I left.
Judge Mitro asked you about whether it was in the political interest of the KLA to portray themselves as following the Geneva Conventions. Do you recall that question?
Yes, I do.
Would you agree that it was in the political interest of the KLA to allow access to the ICRC?
I think so.
Would you agree that it was in the political interests of the KLA to allow access to the OSCE to detainees?
I think so.
Would you agree that it was in the political interests of the KLA to establish a military court and appoint someone to be the head of that, a lawyer to be the head of that court?
I don't know. I simply don't know.
Well,
I mean, a military court. I don't know what that. But I mean, yes, I think it would be in the interest, the political interest, portraying themselves as an orderly, regular army. Yes.
yes, and that's my point. It helps the KLA attract Western support to be able to say, look, we're following up on our statements that we're following the Geneva Conventions, and we've now set up a military court. Would you agree?
I would agree, but I was not aware, as I told you, of that it was set up.
Okay. You were asked, did KLA leaders tell you how they would comply with the Geneva Conventions? And you said no. My question is, did you ask them?
No.
Okay. Few brief questions left. I believe Judge Gaynor asked you, and I scribbled this at the end, so I apologize, but if I can just have a minute just to get this right on the transcript. You were asked by Judge Gaynor, did you have any reason to believe that Fatmir Limay was acting as a rogue in any way or acting outside directions from the KLA leadership? And you said, no, I had no reason to. And my question was, do you have any reason to believe that Fatmir Limay was at all times following orders of any superiors? And if so, on what basis?
Well, I don't know. I just saw that he was with Mr. Thaçi at the meeting, and then I saw him again at the meeting between Rambouillet and Paris. So it appeared to me that he is part of the KLA structure.
Okay. And you discussed, but let me take it back. In terms of what was going on in his zone, you don't have any information one way or another as to...
No, I don't.
Okay. As to what he was doing, just if I can complete the question. And the answer is you don't know. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, it was a little bit unclear of whether you were saying that you had multiple meetings with where both Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Limay were present. And so I will suggest to you that Mr. Thaçi left Kosovo in mid-November, around the time of the meeting that we have established took place, and did not return to Kosovo until following the Rambouillet Accords. So if Mr. Thaçi was not in Kosovo subsequently...
I could not have met him.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
In Kosovo.
We've established that you met him in Vienna. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Emerson?
You'll have about 15 minutes or so. Did you have it in mind to take a break or not this afternoon?
Your Honours, if it helps for planning purposes, I don't have any questions.
Mr. Ellis?
I do, but I hope 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
I want to start, if I may, by returning to some of the questions that Judge Barter asked you about your relationship or meetings with Kadri Vasili in the period between late 1999 and during 2000 up until November when you left Kosovo. Can I first of all just be clear, precisely when did you move to be the political advisor of Bernard Kouchner?
I believe it was the beginning of August of 1999.
Right. So throughout the period that we're speaking about, the autumn of 1999 and the greater part of 2000, you were working within the UNMIC structures as political advisor to the SRSG. And you told us that, indeed you said in your statement and elaborated, that you would have meetings with Mr. Vasili as head of intelligence in the PGOC. Is that correct?
I did not have meetings in his capacity as intelligence chief.
Because you didn't recognize the PGOC.
Not only because I was not an intelligence officer.
Yes.
So I met with him, maybe over dinner or something, maybe in a group. This was part of my job to stay in touch, in friendly touch with former KLA,
yes,
but with not necessarily an agenda.
Although, in fact, were you aware that the SRSG himself also visited Mr. Vasili's office to discuss, I don't know quite how you put it, in his capacity as the head of intelligence of the government that the UNMIC didn't recognise. But Mr. Kouchner himself had private meetings with Mr. Vasili 2 or 3 before the end of 1999.
Could well be. Again, he was not visiting him in his, meaning Mr. Vasili's capacity as head of intelligence of the provisional government, but probably as an influential figure in the KLA circles.
Yes, although in fact you did pass messages to him if you needed help in connection with the interim structures, didn't you?
With the interim structures. I mean, my main interlocutor also in trying to get the interim government dissolved and creating the the JIAS was also Mr. Thaçi.
Yes. I'm just looking at what you wrote in your statement.
Mm-hmm.
I would have lunch, this is paragraph 68, I would have lunch with him and pass messages to him if we needed support in connection with the interim structures. And when you were pressed on that, I think you mentioned something about organised crime.
I don't know whether that was connected to lunching with Mr. Vasili, but...
Could we perhaps just ask you the open question then?
Yeah.
Did you discuss matters with Mr. Vasili, including methods to tackle organised crime, the establishment of systems to resist the influx of Islamist terrorists and others across the borders? Of those?
I personally did not.
You did not. What did you discuss with him? Well, what messages did you pass to him?
It's like also meeting other personalities like Javid Haliti is to convince them that they would be in favor of what we were working on, this joint interim administration structure.
In a sense,
so that in a sense, the dissolution of their own provisional government.
But you do, I imagine, you're aware that the intelligence agencies of other states inside Kosovo were also liaising with Mr. Vasili.
Absolutely.
You were aware of that, thank you. And do you have a clear idea of how long they had been liaising with Mr. Vasili?
No, but I mean, I will not mention anybody here, but we had a common friend, and this common friend was also during the war in Kosovo.
Yes, precisely. As indeed, obviously, there was influx of intelligence representatives when the war came to an end. But I think you were asked at one point by Judge Barter, well, why would, what would qualify Mr. Vasili for such a role? Do you agree with me that if he had been working with foreign intelligence agencies during the war, that would be something that would qualify him to continue in that role in the PGOC?
I don't know whether he was working during the war with intelligence, Western intelligence. I know that he did it after the war.
Exactly.
That for sure.
Exactly. And indeed, he wouldn't have been permitted by the Western powers to occupy that role unless they supported him. If they had wanted a different person in that role, would you agree they would have ensured a change?
Well, I think you exaggerate the almightiness of the international community, but I think they would, it's fair to say that they would not have worked with him hadn't they had established a trusted relationship and hadn't there been some results in their cooperation.
Again, without mentioning any person or any country, there is one particularly powerful intelligence agency that had been working in Kosovo during the war, but also very significantly in the period afterwards. Is that right?
I think it's fair to say that there were more than one intelligence agency being active in Kosovo.
And an important part of their concern was to ensure that Kosovo didn't become a honeypot to attract Islamists. Would you agree with that?
Yes, we had problems of an influx of money from Gulf states, sudden shooting up of mosques and of certain imams preaching in the way which probably is not the European tradition.
Clearly, that would have been something of interest to those intelligence agencies that were happy to work with Mr. Vasili in that regard, correct?
I would assume so.
One of the questions Judge Barter asked you in that connection related to intelligence within a country and international relationships between intelligence agencies. And you were asked, first of all, were you aware that the KLA allegedly had an intelligence service during the war? And you say, I wasn't surprised. Sorry, I wasn't aware, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Correct.
Now, to be clear, as we see from your own work trying to unify from as early as June, July 1998, a unified Albanian position, you know, don't you, that there were intelligence discussions and military discussions taking place with countries outside Kosovo?
I wouldn't know if it was intelligence discussions. I mentioned the meeting of American diplomats with Badil Mahmouti. Of others, of intelligence, again, I wouldn't know, but I would not be surprised.
Yeah. In your view, how would a guerrilla army that had sprung up in this relatively chaotic and short space of time go about acquiring the skills needed to run an intelligence agency?
I cannot answer that question.
Would it surprise you to think that for example, someone in charge of such an agency would be liaising and receiving support from the Albanian intelligence service?
That would not surprise me.
And indeed, as Western involvement intensified, with other agencies associated with and through the Albanian intelligence agencies.
You mean other than Albanian intelligence
Yes.
service? Certainly during the war, for sure.
Yes. There's targeting information, there's territorial information, population movement, and so on and so forth. There's exchanges that take place at that military intelligence level, correct?
I would not be surprised.
Now, you said you knew that certain members of the leadership were outside Kosovo raising money, but weren't, it's again in answer to the same line of questioning, but you
I might
weren't.
not have necessarily said leadership, but there was a network
Sorry, yes.
for raising money, correct?
I apologise. You said certain people were in Europe raising money, but you weren't sure what the nature of the intelligence functions would have been outside in Europe. Have I got that wrong?
No, I would not. What I try to distinguish is I have no knowledge of a intelligence structure outside of
Yes,
Kosovo.
I'm sorry.
What I was aware of is that there was a structure to collect funds. I think it was called Homeland Calling, to get money to be able to equip the KLA in Kosovo.
Yes, yes. The answer, just for the record, is I know that they, in outside Kosovo, they were trying to collect funds, but that doesn't necessarily mean intelligence service. We've seen a document in this case. In fact, it's a page from the notebook that you were asked to look at, the 6 ring binders, when you were asked to identify by the staples. There's a page of that document which makes the comment, you can't run an intelligence agency inside Kosovo if you're outside the country. Would you agree with that proposition?
I think that's just logical. You cannot run an agency outside to gather information inside.
So if it's the case, and there's evidence to this effect as well as official records, that Mr. Vasili was outside Kosovo between November and March, would that help you reach a conclusion as to whether his intelligence connections after the war were initially forged before or during the war?
I don't know about Mr. Vasili's whereabouts at the time you mentioned.
No, you don't know, but there's other evidence to that effect in this case. Would that in any way influence your view as to whether his qualification for the job, as Judge Barter asked you, is that he'd been working with those agencies and those same intelligence agencies that you knew him to be working with in 1999 since 1998?
Could be.
Yeah. Now, you were asked also 1 or 2 questions about the timing of the meetings and the documents in relation to the 10th and the 23rd. I'm not going to in any way belabor any of this material, because I think it's clear what your understanding of the position is. I just want to ask you 1 or 2 matters. First of all, do you remember at or about the time of your meeting jointly with Mr. Vasili and the person you describe as 3, do you remember any time around that period meeting with Blerim Shala?
I think, as I stated today, that I met with him the very same evening over dinner before I returned to Belgrade to write the cable the next day.
I see. So the cable was then sent clearly on the 24th because the events that it refers to occurred at around that time. But I want to just check one aspect of this with you. It's not the date of the cable, obviously, that we're concerned with, but the date of the meeting that's referred to in the cable. And with evidence that on the 23rd, Malyshevo was encircled with fighting in Blatsa, Rahovac, Kievo, and Lapushnik, all around. Do you remember driving through active fighting lines to get to Malyshevo for that meeting?
No, I did not drive through active fighting. I remember that by that time we had the former car of the Austrian ambassador in Ankara at my disposal. It was a white Chevy Caprice, and it looked very odd that I was driving in with a white Chevy Caprice into Malyshevo. But I would no, I was certainly going through Serb checkpoints, like always, an issue, but not any active fighting. And if you
were you aware that you were driving for this meeting right into the heart of the conflict zone? I mean, does it help you in any way in dating the meeting to know that you would have to have driven through surrounding territory in which Malyshevo was at the centre of battles on pretty much every side?
We could gladly look it up on a map. I would not be able to tell you which route I took, but probably a similar route that we took with Rohan, coming from Suareka, I would suppose. But no, I would not. I was not aware of any fighting going on, and the calmness of my interlocutors didn't suggest so.
And yet you've seen already one document that says there were 20,000 refugees inside Malyshevo on the 23rd. I mean, does any of this cause you to have any doubt about whether you may have, as we've seen you've done elsewhere, mistyped the date?
No.
Objection. Mistyped the date, I think misstates the record.
Well, I don't think it does, actually.
Now let's just, if you want to quote the record, just quote it.
Yes, I'm just looking for my document. There we go. Can we call up again? We looked at this earlier on. It's 1D00145. We have it in the German and the English. Now, you've already been asked some questions about the content of the document. I'm not interested in the content, other than to note that it's your bullet point report to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, summarising the key points in Rambouillet at the very day the Rambouillet conference came to an end. And not only do you write 1998 in the title, but if we turn over the page, please, you also sign it. 25th of February 1998. So in the title, It's the 6th of February to the 23rd of February 1998, and you separately get it mistyped in the date at the end for the 25th of February 1998. And as we passed over rather briefly earlier on, you got the wrong year, 2 digits wrong, yes?
As you can look up at the top, it says that the report is from 1999 because it has a number for 1999.
Yes, but you wrote the wrong date twice, correct?
I understand that you try to...
No, I'm just asking you to...
No. May I say something?
Mm-hmm.
I think also yesterday, your strategy is trying to undermine the credibility of my statements here. Yes, it is the wrong date, and this could happen to everyone. And I don't know what that makes a difference.
No, I understand. First of all, with real genuine respect, nobody is criticising you at all. Nobody is trying to undermine the credibility of anything that you've testified about. Credibility, though, and numerical reliability, when people sometimes get dates wrong, are 2 completely different things. And this is not a situation where you've got the date wrong once. You've testified on oath that these meetings happened on consecutive days. You've then corrected it by reference to a document only when you say you have no independent recollection of it. You've testified that, as you said to me at the end of it, your memory conflicts with the document, and yet you choose to say the document must be right. And that we hear that a week ago, when you were in the preparation session, it would have all been correct if it hadn't just said that Mr. Thaçi was with Mr. Vasili at the time when you met him on the 9th or the 10th. You can understand why it's necessary to probe, surely, the reliability of whether you put a 2 next to the 3 instead of a 1.
Okay. If you look at that report of 24 July,
yes,
I don't see any problematic dates put in there. Would you agree?
The problematic date I'm suggesting to you is the reported meeting on the 23rd.
So you doubt that that meeting took place on the 23rd of July?
I think you were right all along, and that's what I'm putting to you. When you testified before, when you made witness statements before, and indeed when you answered questions from counsel, I think you're right in your memory, is the suggestion. You don't, because there's a document which has got a number in it.
So you suggest that my first meeting with Mr. Vasili, number 7, was on the 22nd of July?
No, on the 10th.
Yes, and I agree with that.
We agree on that.
So,
and just as you testified, and swore to, the meeting with Mr. Thaçi was a couple of days later in the same building. As
it is the best of my knowledge that I was being a witness to every of these proceedings. It is not that I make a false statement on purpose.
Exactly. But you can mistype a date, can't you?
I did mistype a date in 1999 where I...
We all can do it, as you say. It happens all the time.
Okay, but apparently, or also you would agree, I didn't do it in this report of 24 July 1998.
No, I'm suggesting that you didn't mistype the date of the report.
You have to object at this point, Your Honor. This is pure argument.
Well, we'll leave it there.
It's gone beyond asking questions. It has become an argument. All right. Mr. Roberts has passed. Mr. Ellis? Sorry, Mr. Ellis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to ask a couple of questions to follow up on a topic that I had asked you about earlier and then His Honour Judge Matreau addressed with you. It's in relation to the meeting on the 30th of July 1998, and it's in relation to Nakiba Kelmendi. Now, you were asked some questions by His Honour Judge Matreau about the KLA representatives objecting to Nakiba Kelmendi, which was the name that appeared on the cable that you wrote, I think, the day after the meeting, yes?
Correct.
You recall looking with me before that at your handwritten note of the meeting, which referred to the KLA representatives objecting to Milazim Krasniqi. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
And your handwritten note didn't mention Nakiba Kelmendi at all. You recall that?
Yes.
And indeed, I've just been checking your witness statement to the prosecution, and paragraph 43 of that statement refers to Milazim Krasniqi and not to Nakiba Kelmendi. Would you accept that, sir?
Yeah, probably. I don't see it now in front of me, but if you say so.
Yes. So it could be, couldn't it, that this line of questioning was proceeding on a mistaken basis? It could be it was Milazim Krasniqi that was objected to and not Nakiba Kelmendi, correct?
It was on my written notes, Milazim Krasniqi, and not Mrs. Nakiba Kelmendi. I don't know why I then in the report wrote Nakiba Kelmendi.
At this point in time, you wouldn't have an independent recollection one way or the other, correct?
I mean, we could pull up the report again for the simple reason that probably was not only, I know, I'm sure now that we've seen it, it was not only information gathered at the meeting in Klečka, but it was also information gathered from meetings in Pristina.
So the objection to Nakiba Kelmendi could have come from somebody entirely different, not from Mr. Krasniqi, Mr.
Could
Breer
have
or
been
Mr.
some information which was passed on. So I would not know whether that was mentioned in the meeting in Klečka itself.
Right, thank you. Would you accept that in politics it's not unusual when one party proposes a candidate for a position that another party objects to that person?
It's not unusual.
And it doesn't mean that they're calling for crimes to be committed against that person, does it?
It doesn't.
Right. After the conflict, when UNMIC was fully operational, it began conducting trials against KLA members, correct?
Yeah, I would not have any recollection exactly.
Were you aware that Nakiba Kelmendi was acted as defense lawyer for Latif Gashi, one of the KLA members tried in one of the early trials?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Well, I'll just show you I'll just show you one document on that point. It's DJK 00799-TR-ET. Could I have that on the screen, please? And it's simply I think all you need to see is the third paragraph there, sir. It simply records first that Nakiba Kelmendi, together with two other lawyers, were the defense lawyers for Latif Gashi. Have you found that in the text, sir?
I can read it, yes.
And her statement on that occasion was, I believe no evidence has proven that these defendants, or the KLA in general, were a criminal enterprise or had a criminal plan to commit war crimes. You see that in the text there, sir?
I do see it.
Yeah. Your Honours, I tender that document. I understand there's been a problem with the video, but I tender the transcript.
And as proof of what, Mr. Ellis?
Well, as evidence, it is unlikely that Nakiba Kelmendi regarded herself as targeted by the KLA when she was appearing as defense lawyer for them in 2003, within a couple of years of the end of the conflict.
Any objection to the tender?
No, Your Honor.
DJK 00799-TR-ET is admitted.
Your Honor, that document will receive exhibit number for the 00064. Classification has not been specified in legal work.
I believe it can be public.
Any objection?
No.
To the reclassification? Reclassified as public. Go ahead.
That was all. Thank you, Your Honor.
Kiekert, you are finished.
Thank you very much for that.
We will excuse you now. We thank you for being with us these 2 days. It's been interesting, and we appreciate your sharing your information with us. We wish you well in the future, and you can leave the courtroom, I hope, happily with the court usher.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to return to my family.
So we will take up the next witness tomorrow. Hopefully finish with that witness tomorrow. You can all aim at that conclusion if possible. Thank you all for your attendance today. Anything further for the court? We are adjourned until tomorrow at 9 a.m.
All rise.